Welcome, welcome, welcome to Strangetopia. And as you can see here, we are on year 1200. We are still in the Stone Age. and intentional, completely intentional. I just wanted to try and do a little experiment here of how can we populate the entire planet without going into medieval or other. Turn on Twitch here as well. Let's see if we today. Yeah, it works. Okay, so little things that I want to note on, just kind of touch on here, is what I've done is I've built out and around the exile cities, and they hate our guts because we're so damn close to them. But my plan is to basically build a defense system right around them, so they can't grow any farther than hopefully what I've limited them to. So placing defense towers around, and obviously this is going to piss them off. But when we get into the modern age, we're going to basically limit these guys to growing a very small city. They probably won't have an airport, but they also probably won't have tank and helicopter hangars. So that being said, it's basically trying to future-proof these guys, where if I limit their cities to a very, very small size, they can't attack us with tanks and helicopters, and they should be relatively compliant throughout the entire run-through. Missouri, welcome in. Another thing I've done basically is I've tried to spread all my water out in sort of a web right across the planet, so there's no space that a nugget is walking that he'll be thirsty. They still die of thirst because, you know, they're idiots. But what I'm trying to do is basically grow out this entire web so every spot on this planet is covered with some water. This helps in a couple ways. As you can see, I'm sort of accumulating a little bit, only 413 up, but that gives me enough where I do get my max capacity of stored at 3750 by the time winter hits, and that gives me about half an hour of run time in the winter. And each year we keep recovering. I try and only do, even with a large lake, 3 or 4 pumps is sort of my max. I may have 5 on my main lake here, but don't really want to exceed that, because once we get into the next age as well, is basically I'm just going to upgrade 1 pump on each lake. That should keep us steady at around 500. Now, a good thing about being in Stone Age for so long as well is I've been able to accumulate batteries. I'm still not using a single unit of electricity, so I have an infrastructure set up for when we start consuming electricity. But at the moment, basically, I'm just placing batteries down randomly. It doesn't really matter where they go. I just kind of like putting them down in aesthetic spots. And all my kinetic generators are already built. They're ready for nuggets to start running on them. But I don't have them assigned yet, because there's no point in assigning, 40 nuggets that could be laborers right now into kinetic wheels that don't need to generate that capacity of energy yet. So I've got a lot of unassigned kinetic generators. I don't use a town hall either, so basically every single thing I've put down, I've assigned my own nuggets to, and I never rely on town hall for anything because they seem to just mess up more than they help. And that may be part of the challenge in the game for you, and that's totally cool. Fill your boots. But for me in particular, I just don't use the town hall, and I micromanage the hell out of this entire civilization. Another thing I did as well is I started with the Highlander trait. So my first citizens, I think I still have Adahi left. Good old Adahi, 1204 years old. And basically what I'm trying to do is get enough Highlanders on the planet to self-perpetuate. So the more Highlanders there are, the more Highlander babies they're making. And hopefully we have sort of an infinite amount once we get up to a few thousand nuggets that they keep perpetuating as themselves, as Highlanders, and it should ease my population woes. And so what I do, basically, occasionally, once I have the points, I'll go around, I'll take a look. I can either go through this menu here and keep selecting, or I just sort of go to home base. And I try and find some Highlanders. Easiest way is finding the gray-haired ones, which aren't around right here, but every once in a while it's useful to check. I got a workaholic here. This is another trait that I want to incorporate, so we'll see. But you see the gray hair one? That's probably a Highlander. Sometimes it's just an old person, but most of the time, especially at the core of the city here, we got a lot of Highlanders just walking around. And as I find them, I think I just made that one already, but we'll do it again. And as I find them, I mate the best ones I can. Workaholics, nibblers, Highlanders, and sure-footed. And that, in turn, is sort of growing my civilization into pretty much a lot of stand-up folks instead of having a bunch of lazy and weak nuggets. That being said, I do have a lot of lazy and weak nuggets still, but compared to the rest of the traits, it's pretty minimal. So there's not much of an impact on the world. It doesn't slow a lot of things down. And plus, if I ever need sacrifices, I know where to go. Alright, knocking your first boots. Nice. Now, a problem I've run into because of this playstyle and this particular way to go is that the game doesn't particularly assign nuggets close to home to work. So it's become difficult to actually gauge sometimes where some of these nuggets are actually going to work. Right now, I'm pretty much at the farthest reaches of the planet that I can get to. So every once in a while, you know, even if I have an engineer's hut right here, or wherever they may land, that engineer can be assigned, but he could live on like the other side of the planet. So that's been tricky. What I've done to counteract that as well is placing redundant engineers. So for example, these are obviously closer than they need to be, but at some point in time I was having just a crisis over here where things were just not getting fixed based on the fact that these guys were not doing their job. And I don't blame them. I think it's proximity. It's just the game doesn't assign a worker to a building close. I think it's random, and it's kind of unfortunate. So sometimes the only ways I've alleviated is I'll give them a little kickstart, and also I'll drag their butt right over to the work area and drop them down, and then if I didn't kill him, then he gets to work. So that's kind of how I deal with this. She's already fixing a building. That means she's already local, but I'll give her another kickstart too, just to kind of help her day. So that's been some of the struggles of being in Stone Age for so long. And I'm not really sure what I'm going to get out of it, honestly, because I'm sort of still just picking away, but trying to keep my materials as balanced as possible as well. And looking at it, you know, we're up on the planks and we're pretty much even on the bricks. Iron and glass and gas are all sort of stagnant right now. Nuggets are not putting anything in storage. Let's move that book down. The nuggets are not putting anything in storage at all. No matter if I have the capability of it or not, but they're just not collecting. So I don't know if that's a bug or that's something that was supposed to be implemented where they didn't anticipate you needing to stockpile glass and medieval materials in the Stone Age, so they just don't put them in. Now, what I think is going to happen as well is when we get into medieval age, this is all going to skyrocket. In turn, my gas is going to drop, my oil is going to drop a lot once we start making cement as well. But hopefully with the glass, I can actually start stockpiling these things because, you know, I established a glass factory year like 100 sort of thing. And in over 1,000 years, the only thing I've ever built with them is the batteries. We only have a handful of those. So the material is basically, it's just not being created right now. All we have is in the glass factory itself. It stores 50 glass, and that's it. And nobody takes it out. Nobody puts it anywhere else. Night Raven, welcome in. How you doing today? Thanks for stopping by our little world. Trying something new here, where we've been in Stone Age for quite a while. And with my stone deficit, I'm just going to make sure that I got enough workers, and I'm going to assign 3 workers to this one here. Hopefully that helps bump up the capacity of bricks as well. I just want to get down into under 100 for each of these. That's kind of where I'm comfortable at. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Other than that, I've basically been going back and forth, making sure that I'm growing all my infrastructure out, making sure that everywhere has water, everywhere has food, both prepared and just raw food. And as I see little gaps in the system here, I keep building out. And this way, as soon as we have the technology unlocked as well, I don't really have to build out to the planet cracker part. Battery, I should say. Just working, you know. Yeah, I know. How's your day going? Crazy busy, I'd imagine. Oh yeah, we gotta get some last names going on as well. Jonas. Yeah. The Lagavulin tribe starting up now. Let's see, you're still a kid though, right? Yeah, still a kid. So wait till you grow up and then get you starting your own lineage again. On this particular run through as well, is I've just been naming people like just random last names, but you know, writers and celebrities or whatever. I'm just trying to get diversity in the whole culture here, so we're not looking at the same like couple last names all the time. And then when I see that, like, you know, say the Tolkien clan is getting a little too big, I'll basically just go over to them and I'll change their name to something else, you know, whatever it is. Like I don't know. How about Simpson? I think we probably already have some of those, but Simpson clan can grow a little bit more. And then help them out by getting a little mate on. Slowly but surely, pick away at this, and this is a very slow and steady game. I'm trying to basically have this planet 100% established, where there's like literally nothing to do before we really go on to getting our universe civilized, and I think it'll be easier for me. I've got a couple plans on how to do that with just trade routes and everything, because it's just a mess when you get into that menu. And maybe if I understood it more, it wouldn't be as much of a mess, but it just feels like that was kind of a sort of a half-baked management system on how they're doing it, and hopefully they rectify it, because if you're going to have infinite universes, you don't want to scroll down an infinite list of things to find anything, and it gets messy after like 20 planets, let alone infinite amount. So I'll try my best once we get into there, and we'll see how it goes. All right. Nate Raven's an adult now. Boom. There you go. Go start your first family. Have fun. I got some locusts on the way. I got winter on the way. And seeing what I have this winter is we're about to go into winter, and I have not maxed out my storage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip this winter. Fry these locusts. I'm gonna skip this winter, and that way I'm gonna get my full storage right back up to where it needs to be. Let's see. I think locusts are going to Mr. LMJ. Doing good. The coffee is excellent. This one is Donut Shop, brought to you by Muldoon's. How's your day going? Let's fry these locusts here before they eat my food. Okay, we are in winter, so let's go for a season change. There we go. I try not to do the season changes often because, you know, it's kind of counterintuitive, but it's really good to have frozen lakes because if we're not drawing water out and it's still raining, we're filling these lakes back up. And they're giving everything a break basically throughout the winter. Good so far? Nice. And also, forgot to mention this, well, is we have found the wolf spawn point, which is excellent. So these wolves originate basically, and they start generating right around here every time we have a wolf attack. So basically what I've done is, sure, we're getting a couple dead nuggets here, but we have all the defenses set up so they can't make it far into culture at all. They're just going to spawn here, get slaughtered here, and we shouldn't have to worry about wolves ever. Sure, we'll lose a couple nuggets here and there, but that's what Revive is for. That's what cemeteries are for. And we can get rid of that warning. So with every community, what I've done is basically I've done sort of the same thing I've been preaching about all the time, but I'll do food, like restaurant, a farm, water, storage, education, and just building little communities. So every time I see one or two residentials pop up, I'll take my holy ground power and I'll move it down to another area. And that way I'm not getting clusters of houses anywhere. I'm just getting one or two that will slowly build the community. And from what I've seen is once we get into space age and modern age, these things, they're going to just build housing around this as they need it. I'm not going to be able to control where they go. So I found in Stone Age, we do have quite a bit of control of where I can actually locate the nuggets. And then, you know, after I leave and I come back, they're like, oh yeah, we just put it anywhere. It's like, cool. So right now I'm basically getting my infrastructure ready for no nuggets today. No. Who knows? You could be an immortal one. Could last you the entire length of the universe. Got to go. Alright. Well, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I didn't even check these guys' stats yet. Night Raven, what are you? You are banging away there, but neutral trait there. And Azuri, you are immune. Nice. Oh, not a meteor strike. Let's not do that. There we go. Go get you some. Yeah, wood refinery's built. Do I need it though? Not really. So I'm basically just going to turn this guy off for now. If I am running low on wood, that's fine. I'll add some people in there. Let's get a couple more people assigned to the stone refinery. I try not to add workaholics because it doesn't really matter who's in here. As long as you have 6, you have your most efficient, regardless of their traits. Don't squish you. Oh, we're going to squish you. That is a long distance relationship right there. And here's my last holy ground. Still waiting on some houses. I think once we get pushed past 600 nuggets here, then we should be able to get a few more houses up in there. And 116. I'm going to wait to get just below 100 before I start doing any more construction. Let's speed that up a bit. Oh, the meteor shower? Yeah, that would have been a rude squishing. Oh, this might be one of those spots for a redundant engineers. But let's get person over here. Oh, you're right there. You were in the building that needed repairs, eh? Okay. So sometimes you just can't win. Doesn't matter how close they are. They're just going to be like, nah. That's not how I roll. Freaking lazy, man. Air coverage is good there. What I'm going to try and do before I get into medieval ages, I'd like to have everything really set where our entire infrastructure is basically ready to go. We're all moved in to the whole planet. We've got water everywhere. We've got all our defenses up around each one of the exiles. All our storage is kind of evenly dispersed. You can see like kind of created little towns basically, right? Instead of having one major city, just create little towns everywhere, and that way a few houses here and there. Once we get into medieval and once we get into modern age, obviously these are going to hold a hell of a lot more nuggets. And I didn't want a clumped up little city on a single piece of land. I kind of wanted to just take over, or see how much of the world I could take over in one shot in the Stone Age. I've never done this before, actually. This is a ridiculous amount of time to spend in Stone Age. It was kind of a test for me. I wanted to see if it could be done and if it was even worth doing. And I think it is. It's just some of the problems that I'm overcoming is basically nugget workplace and residence distance is my biggest problem right now. Because obviously, you know, we got something over here that needed repairs right next to an engineer's hut, which tells me that odds are these nuggets live on the other side of the planet. So that would be the case for me doing a redundant engineers over here somewhere, which I already have basically. But yeah, so we'll have that redundant time slot and our engineer slot here and one over here. This should eventually work itself out. Another thing I've done as well is I've made it a point that when I'm assigning any nugget to anything, that they're not the immortal nuggets, because I want the immortal nuggets to be basically free to mate as much as possible. Unfortunately though, what happens is pretty much every single time a nugget dies and it gets replaced, the game is just going to replace it with whatever nugget it feels like replacing it with. And because we have such a high capacity of immortals, that they end up being all the workers. In my perfect world, what I would like to do is basically have all immortal, right? That way we wouldn't have to ever worry about death. Our cemeteries would be just super bored, but as long as we have the cemeteries down, you know, like the immortal nuggets can die from other elements, lightning strikes and animal attacks and stuff like that. It's just as long as they don't get sick and they're well fed and hydrated, then they're gonna basically last forever. Addy, he's living proof. I'm basically going to try and build as close to each one of these civilizations as possible. Back in the day, it was really cool before domes and before warfare and stuff like that. When before those updates came in, you could literally put your buildings in between theirs, and I thought that was just awesome. Being able to grow with these civilizations, you know, there wasn't any need for war, and 9 times out of 10, I don't really need it now. I mean, if they're going to attack me, I guess I'm going to attack them, but I just have no reason to attack the other civilizations because we're integrated with them. And when I could really integrate with them, like way back, a whole bunch of updates ago, yeah, I would build like an engineer's hut right here. I'd put like my water and stuff over here, and that way I could share my cemetery coverage. I could share basically the whole chunk of land. Now, see that little blue indicator there? That blue means I absolutely cannot build anywhere over there, but I could build one here. Again, it's going to piss them off, but hey, I'll have my engineers. I'll have some fire coverage. I already got fire coverage and water coverage as well. So we'll see what happens. I'm kind of interested to see if as soon as we get into medieval age, these guys just go right up in arms. And if that's the case, then I am glad I'm sort of thinking ahead, and I'm trying to get basically all my defenses up. Another good thing about building everything, getting your whole world populated in Stone Age, is that at its current state, the reservoirs, the fire houses, and a few other things, it's just stone and wood. It's not even planks and bricks. So you're using the most basic material to build out all your water systems without having to put a big strain on planks and brick production. Very little iron's being used. So we're accumulating a lot of stuff. At the same time, I don't think it doesn't seem that when we go into the next stage that they actually take any materials for existing houses to upgrade. So when this turns into a medieval house, I don't believe that they take any of the resources. But if they were to build a new residential, that residential would take new updated resources. So it's another win having all my housing already here, that I just don't need to spend any resources on the updates. Theoretically. I could be wrong, but that's how I'm looking at it. And by putting minimal amounts. So 4 is pretty much my max, but I'm barely touching these things with God powers. And they're staying. I lucked out on this planet, and if anybody is watching that would like to use this seed, which it's a great seed, it's 521946. So that is, I'll maybe write that in the description or something as well, where if you want to play on this planet, just type that seed in for a load and have a whole bunch of lakes. It's not the most water on a planet, but 307k is pretty good. I'm picking away at my trees quite a bit though, but that's okay, because for what we've done to the planet, basically I've tried to keep as many small forests around. They're always going to clear the land that they're using, but it seems like as long as you're far enough away, they don't really want to deal with logging everything. Once you crack out your first run, you may try it. Yep. That's a cool thing. I'm glad that they implemented the seed sharing stuff. Because it's nice. It's like, oh man, like you had a really good planet. Okay, well, I'll try that too. As opposed to just like crossing your fingers and hoping you get a good planet every time. And I mean, I've loaded up hundreds and hundreds of planets, so I've seen good ones and bad ones. And the last one we were doing on the stream, last week there, I learned my lesson from it, where I had a bunch of small little lakes. It was like 250k worth of water on the planet in total. And it was just such a pain in the ass to keep the water situations going up until modern age. So when I saw this planet, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'll give this a try. And I will see if it'll work better. And so far, it's been working really, really nicely, where I don't have to spend any points, or very minimal points at least, on filling up lakes. Because the rain does it itself, and then once we get into space age, and I get to the cloud generators and all that fun stuff, then I think we should be golden as long as I have enough gas. And there's always enough gas on this planet. And once I start getting the trade going on with everything else, I think I'm probably going to be doing the same thing I've done in the past as well, is all resources, all basic resources go back to Mother Planet. So we're going to get iron, oil, and gas heading into the planet, and then Mother Planet will produce it. Although I might try a different strategy and basically make either the lava planet or the moon certain hubs. So taking all the strain off of Mother Planet. Basically, Mother Planet's just going to have nuggets on it and a mass population of them. We'll pretty much end up doing this same thing to the lava planet, and I want to try and terraform everything nicely. But a lot of planets we have don't have many resources. So it'll be the balance, as it always is. I'll find a way to do it. With the help of chat, we'll get this done. Where there's a will, there's a way. Life finds a way. Okay, contraception ban, that's all we need in our lives right now. I truly hate that sound. So sounds, bye-bye. It is. You have a bit of time currently, knocked out a bunch, waiting on people. Yeah, how many people are you waiting on? I hope they all show up. Okay, so this winter, see, now we got full storage at 3750. So I'll be able to make it through this winter without skipping, no problem. And that's going to give the lakes a few minutes to replenish as long as we're getting rained on. That's another plus side about a big lake like this. I mean, the amount of coverage that it has, any cloud that's passing by this entire area is going to be helping fill this thing up. Point in case right there, right? We're at 100% on my main lake. Still a bunch waiting on responses, but you got everybody for today. Well, that's good. That's good. The little wins, right? Okay, so I got 29 minutes worth of water. That is plenty enough. Defense towers are slowly coming up, but see what I mean about defense towers? It's just wood and stone, right? Which are the easiest things to get, as long as I keep throwing trees down. Yeah, any wins, big and tiny, absolutely. So yeah, it's been a real back and forth sort of gameplay. It's by no means is it fast paced, and it's not that I need a fast paced one. I just kind of want to see if I can have a full planet before medieval age, and playing on a huge planet as well. Being lazy. Could have just spent 10 points, but I spent 80 or whatever. I like to think it gives me more believers. It doesn't. It doesn't seem to, at least. So, check our productions. For the kinetic generators, these are intentionally empty. Like I said before, we don't need anybody if we're not pulling any power. Let's get my engineers going. So I'm seeing less and less of the broken building warnings. Every once in a while, I'll get like a wave where it's just, for some reason, it's like, oh yeah, all your buildings are busted in this area. And that's where I'm going to build the redundant engineers. And this is, the redundant engineers is specifically for the Stone Age, where I probably won't need all these guys in the future. But if I'm not using cars as well, which I don't plan on using cars because it's just a waste of gas and fuel, until we have like a big stockpile of it, I can wait, and I don't mind that they go a little slower than they would if they were draining all my resources. Right now, keeping an eye on all my unemployed, which is still slowly going down. I think we're going to need to go back. Might just need to let them chill for this winter. And then once they're ready to go, hopefully I can get maybe 700 nuggets before medieval. That's pretty optimistic, but we'll see. Am I building bunkers? No, I am not. I still have not learned that lesson. But I have found that if you, like I said last night as well, is if you see a blizzard or a firestorm coming up on the calendar and you do a season change, they go away. So no big deal. Now all we have to do is, we can't get rid of tornadoes like that or volcanoes, but I don't really have much set up around the volcanoes at all. And by the time we get hit with one, I should be able to build it back pretty fast anyways. Yeah, I really don't get why they're not stockpiling in the Stone Age. I have some of the theories, but it seems like only after 1.0, because I mean, every other playthrough I've done, if I've stayed in Stone Age, I have thousands and thousands of materials all saved up for the next stage. This time they're just like, no, we're not going to store anything. I have plenty of room for it, but apparently they just do not want to put glass or gas or oil or anything into any storage. I do have to maintain. We're running a little low on things right now, but not terrible. But it's something I'll keep an eye on. And once we get into modern age, and I get hydro colliders and cloud generators, and I think I'm going to try and lean more on cloud generation than I am going to on hydro colliders, because the hydro colliders take chemicals and steel, and those are effectively the hardest things to, well, chemicals are the hardest things technically to make in the game, because it's food, gas, and oil all together, and it takes forever for them to produce. So I want to have all those chemicals ready for basically space travel and cloning. Those are pretty much what I want to designate them for. And if I can just use gas to make a whole ton of clouds on this planet, and we perpetually filling up the lakes, then I shouldn't need to use chemicals and steel for my lakes, and that will free up those resources for other things in space. A lot of moving parts in this game, and it starts, I think, with a really good foundation of Mother Planet. I mean, you can play this game any way you want, you know. You can have full designs of like never going back to Mother Planet again after you get into space, but I'm still going to use Mother Planet and the Lava Planet as hubs, because as far as I've seen so far, those are the only two huge planets on the map, but I haven't traveled that far outside of the system. So there's a lot of medium planets, a few large ones, but I've only seen two huge planets, one Mother Planet and the Lava Planet that is technically right beside us. Okay, affected zone. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Let's go check that out. And that, what does that indicate? Why do I have an infected zone? 2 of them right outside the cemetery. Why is that? Sometimes it just gets glitchy. Sometimes it's just, like I said, is, these nuggets probably live like halfway across the planet. Even though they were, if I had my way, I would just assign these guys, and I might. But I don't know where they're working yet. So, what do you do? Oh, you're doing your thing? No, you're all the way over here. And what do? You're heading home as an engineer. So, already got a job. And that's the tricky part about this is I wish I could assign where nuggets, what houses they live in, but that is not how this works. The only thing I potentially could see is that when I have, say I have the Ellis family have a kid, maybe they'll fill in the next needed spot, but this kid is already working over here, or I'm not really sure how it's going to work like that. I'm kind of thinking that just mass population is the solution, so it doesn't matter where it is on the planet. Going for amusement, you got stuff to fix, man. How about you amuse yourself with a hammer? That intentionally sounded wrong. Yeah, so things are coming along nicely. Popping up over 600. Education seems to be an issue as well, regardless of how many schools I do have. Could always use more, so try and get them spanning. Another very useful thing I've been doing as well is speed up my process, which is pretty obvious, but if you think about it, like if you have to clear rocks, this thing is going to take forever. If you have to clear a bunch of trees, this is going to take forever. But if you just put it on blank land, then they just build it. They'll just bring supplies, and then they'll plop it down. What meant you? No, I'm good actually. I'm still full from breakfast. Thank you though. Okay. Yeah, more of a waiting game. A lot of waiting around, and I'm totally cool with that. I'm not trying to get into any other age fast. Plus, it gives us an opportunity to shoot down tons of UFOs. Get all these boxes that I don't need. Wow, my aim is crap. That was more points than I was expecting to spend right there. I'm muted. Silence, eh? Okay, I'm not sure how that's working. That's kind of weird, because I can see output here. Yeah. Maybe it's not me. Okay. Temperatures. Another thing I've been waiting for as well is just oil. I haven't really touched on much production here, but plan on just getting on some smaller areas. And when I'm establishing oil jacks here, and then by the time I get to modern age, I'm only going to have like one person here, and then I'm going to upgrade this so it'll have a bigger area of effect. And yeah, hopefully that's going to keep me going with oil for a long, long time. Just trickling little bits of oil off of each of the nodes instead of attacking each node at the same time. All right, and I got a firestorm coming up. And that firestorm should get taken care of with a season change. So let's see my engineers over here. And they're both going to repair. But where are you coming from? Question. You're pretty far away. Give you a little kickstart. Get you over there faster. One thing I want to be really careful about as well is just, I don't want to over-assign. Especially when I get into the modern age and stuff, where I'm going to need tons of buildings with 6 nuggets each in them. And I'm going to need about, I don't know, roughly 200 to 300 more workers in total to get this planet fully where I want it. So that means, you know, I'm going to need to get up to 1,000 nuggets, have a ton of labor left. And then figure it out from there. What else needs repairs? Engineers over here. Yeah, so that indicates that I am going to build another redundant engineer here, just to kind of keep up with their flow of things. Just wait for Tangerine there. Go. I don't think a bunch of engineers can hurt anyways, in the fact that engineers seem to be the strongest nuggets in the game at all points in time. So all of these, anything with a 20 rating, I'm not sure how you get to 100, maybe it's just a modern thing as I unlock things, but all my engineers are my strongest characters. I think that's kind of useful. I don't know if that transfers over to their kids or anything like that, but the stronger the society, the better I think I'm going to be off to. And just an abundant amount of animals around, so I'll get some hunter's hut over here and garrison. I still call it garrison, even though it's called hunting lodge or whatever. I'll get that guy going, let them work on that. And I think we should go back home with enough points right now. I should be careful with this because I want to skip winter here just so I can avoid this firestorm. Take a look around, see if we can find some gray hairs. And a couple people mating. There we go, there's one. And if I really wanted to go like super into it, I would find each Highlander and mate them together and stuff like that, but I'm not going that far into it. I'm just looking for gray hairs. And hoping, you know, sometimes that they produce more immortal babies. Highlanders are what we need. And then once I get into cloning as well, which is way in the future, but once I get into the cloning aspect of this, then we'll just start pumping out Highlanders left, right, and center as well. That's going to be a great part of the cloning aspect. Alright, see you in a bit. Yeah, just let them do their thing for a bit. We're doing pretty good, under 100 for each of those. Not accumulating any more oil or gas, and maybe that's a good idea, good time to start finding a bit more gas. I don't need monster pockets or anything, you know, anything over 1,000 is worth setting down something for. And that's my only saving grace, is at least each one of these buildings stores 100 gas each. So that means I have 4 and then 55 random units of gas somewhere. They'll store like 7 units and then that's it. Yeah, 7 units of gas and oil. And they're like, yeah, that's all that fits in there for some reason. It feels like a bug. or it could be intentional. I don't know. Getting that information is pretty much impossible. Okay, so I keep losing nuggets, going down to 70 workers, only 11 kids. That becomes an issue at any given point in time because I do want to have people in all buildings. I don't want to have any empty slots here. And I think some of the redundancy is based on the fact that I can't count on these nuggets living very close. So even if they're assigned, it doesn't necessarily mean they're in the defense tower ready to go. And this lady is not super far away, but by the time she gets to the defense tower, she's probably going to be hungry, or her shift is going to be done. So we'll keep building infrastructure out this way as well, trying to get all their amenities ready for them so they don't have to go very far for food or water. Slowly encroaching on these civilizations. I've found that, I mean, I don't remember in particularly if they were ever attack in Stone Age. They wait till we have defenses possibly. But I'm pretty thankful that they're not attacking right now, for sure. That gives me the ability to basically completely engulf them in my civilization. And even if they're mad, it doesn't really matter, because by the time we get up to modern age, they won't have enough space to build out. And they'll be very, very limited on what they can actually build, which means they probably won't be able to build barracks or tank hangars or anything like that. Bloop. Bad aim brought to you by point and click. Do we have an... Yeah, there's somebody that can deal with it. Yeah, this is your problem now. And who else's problem is it? Yours. Yeah, you guys deal with that. How about that? See if that works out. Help you out with a rejuvenate. There. Here you go, you guys take care of it. Good job. Save me the points. Okay, you gotta remember to skip this winter right at the top of it. And it's not for... Yeah, it's only for the firestorm. I have enough in my storage right now where if the firestorm wasn't coming, I would not skip this winter. I'd let the lakes refill, but it is, so we'll deal with it. With peninsulas like this, I think I got to be careful because I don't really want to have an overlap over on this mainland here. Not that I think it matters much. Maybe I'm overthinking that. Tend to do that a lot in this game. Okay, coming up on winter. Wait for that bar to go blue, and then we will switch out over to spring. And that alleviates the firestorm, so we don't have to deal with that. Eventually, in the future, when we have modern fire and modern utensils or utilities and everything, we'll be able to just leave it alone. I can have up to 4 firefighters in each one of these stations, and that'll be great for firestorms because we should have pretty full coverage by then. I'll keep working my way around here and stuff as well. I just don't want to overwhelm them with anything at any given point in time. I've learned that lesson too many times, and the last stream I just kind of went buck wild, and I was like something like 4,000 planks and 4,000 bricks in the hole, and it just took forever to get to, and we never really recovered, so that's why I started another one. And actually going low and slow this time. Yeah, so take a look. 12 kids, 13 kids, not doing too bad. I'd like to see a constant 20 child population and then having those turn into workers as others pass. But I think my strategy for having immortals is working because there's a lot less people dying as we go because the immortals just last forever. How much more difficult is it getting nuggets when you don't have help from chat? It takes a little, it's a little bit slower, and I have to use that Cupidon power a lot more. Yeah, the chat nuggets do help. Yeah, especially when we're just starting. At this point in time, it's sort of the ball is sort of rolling now, you know. So I shouldn't have an issue with population, but it never hurts to have more. You know, I could always use more laborers because, hey, couldn't we all, right? Always contraception ban. I think our lakes are looking pretty good. Even if we did skip winter, it's not too bad. Yeah, you wish you could create workers, yeah. And just double click. That'd be a great way to get hands. How many hands do you need? Alright, well, let me just double click a bunch of times and we're full. How many god points do I need for this gig? And judging on the food, I'm doing pretty good on raw food, but I would like to get to 1,000 preps. Let me check my eateries here. Let's get somebody in that fire station. Populate defense towers. Assign some specific ones. Heck yeah. Yeah, nothing really would stress me again, would it? Although we would be overpopulated like hell. We go from 8 billion people to like 18 billion people in 2 years. One of my goals for this planet as well, throughout this playthrough, provided that, you know, it doesn't go to shit and I have to restart, is to try and get, I want to see if I can get 10,000 nuggets on this thing. And yeah, sure, it'll take a while, but I mean, there's no time limit on this, so that's the best part about it is, yeah, if we need to keep plugging away until it happens, I think my strategy would be, is basically colonize a bunch of planets, get nuggets growing on those planets, and then when I'm up to like, say, 1,000 nuggets on a single planet, send all those nuggets over to Mother Planet and then restart. Sounds good on paper. I don't know how well it'll work, but I do save often, yes. Yeah, I try and save every 100 years or so. So at 1,300 years, I'll save again. And that way, I have like a 100-year window. Okay, so this one, why aren't we getting engineer work over here? Let's see, it looks like we'll probably need a redundant engineer here just to help them out. Build that where no trees are harmed. Yeah, I think it would be pretty awesome. I think my computer would hate it. It would be running heavy overtime, but I think it'd be fun. Okay. Everything's picking away. Everything's going pretty nice. We're not using a ton of resources. Slowly creeping up to 700. I got 500, so let's go back home. Let's try and pick off some more Highlanders here. Get more immortal babies working. Or any of the good traits, really. The immune is a good trait, but because cemetery coverage is on point, there's not really infected zones or anything to get sick from, so it's not really necessary in this particular kind of playthrough. I'm looking for the hard workers. Nibblers are good too, because they're going to reduce the amount of food that's actually consumed over time. But it's all about the Highlanders, is really what I'm going for. More Highlanders I have, theoretically, the more Highlanders I make. Whether the game agrees to that or not, I don't know. We're going to figure that out as we go. Take a look at where my residentials are at as well. Let's see. I still got one being made. Beautiful. Got a residential popping up here. I don't want many over here because it's not really a great place to get to and go to. So now that I have one house popping up there, we are going to find another little spot of the world to populate. How about here? Right next to the enemies. They're going to love that. Slowly build out my web of water. Every little piece, I try and do the same repeating things over and over and over again. Storage, food, all that good fun stuff. Okay, so it looks like we've got these guys pretty trapped in now. Trying to build as close as possible to them. And for this is too close for a regular tower. Like, you don't need this spread, because as these guys upgrade, their area of effect gets bigger and bigger. And then once you get into the SAM towers, those ones are just huge range of effect. So I'd like to have the whole planet covered in defense as well, especially the modern age ones, because they work on meteors, which is great. If you have a really good even spacing of all your defense towers with the SAM missiles, then you don't even have to worry about meteors anymore, because they actually do shoot them down finally, which is awesome to see. I wasn't expecting it, but there was a couple times where, I forgot a meteor shower was coming, and I'm like, oh, what happened to it? No damage or anything. And then the next time a meteor shower hit, I just watched my towers actually just take out every single meteor that it tried to hit. And that was kind of cool. All right. Probably gonna need some farms over here. See, how am I looking? Yeah, I can afford to do a couple farms over here. Like a good enough area for it. That's the only janky road, so let's get rid of that guy. These will take a while to build because they got to take a lot of resources out of them, but that's fine. We've got storage over here for stone and everything if they need it. And I've got an eatery, and we should have water right there for them too. That'll be a good little spot. I'll keep an eye on my residentials as well. Okay, these were in shambles, but the engineers are just a little slow on getting to them. Okay, infected zone. Let's see what kind of coverage I got over here. None. That will do it. Okay, this is going to be a tricky one to build. It'd be really nice if they gave me a little bit more leniency on where I could build. Yeah, it's going to take forever to build because of the amount of stone that they got to clear. But once it's done, we don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, they're just a little slow on the uptake here, preparing for a date and going to eat. That will do it. So I think another redundant engineers in this area. Just get them kind of covering this spot. Prioritize that one. Again, we're going to have way more engineer coverage than is necessary. And that's really just the upkeep of one of the drawbacks of staying in Stone Age for so long, is that I'm not able to update my engineer huts to anything other than 2 people and I guess basic tools. I don't know if they get more efficient with the upgrades or not. I just know you can store more nuggets in the next upgrades. But we'll keep picking away at this for a couple hours. I don't really need to go into modern age yet. I like to have everything set up, and I'd like to have a lot more laborers than that. 56 isn't a great number. I'd like to have up to 100 at least. And that comes down to me just like not touching this thing every once in a while for like a good long time too, and then kind of keeping eyes on it, getting my points up, my creator points, and that way I can do more mate fests. And the more mate fests I can do, hopefully the more I can populate this planet with Highlanders. Kind of keep them going. Got pretty much full coverage now of the planet. There's little spots and stuff that we haven't touched yet, but something that I do need to keep in mind as well is that I don't want to chooch myself for space for all my factories, my spaceport and everything like that. So I do need to keep in mind, like, sort of this area right here is kind of what I wanted to do the spaceport as. But we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. I might make it like a whole series of couriers. And again, couriers take 8 nuggets each when they're maxed out. So I just need a ton of nuggets on this planet at any given point in time. And that may be the major problem that I run into throughout this series, is that with the amount of infrastructure I do have, is that we're just going to be lacking on nuggets as I build up each piece of this. So as long as I'm careful with it, and I'll kind of walk it around back and forth, slowly but surely, with the help of horny chat there, we'll be able to do something pretty interesting. It's a unique run through for me, because, you know, at 1200 years in, usually we're in space and we're on the moon and all over the place. But right now I'm just doing this slow burn just to see how it works. I think when it goes, I think the population hopefully explodes. If I can get to 1,000 nuggets without clones, that'll be a good day. So we'll let them sit out this winter. Not going to do much with anything right now. Just kind of make sure I got enough water. We're doing fine on food, fine on electricity. We'll try and get up to probably 10k worth of batteries before medieval as well. That way we have 0 bombs. We could probably skate right through the medieval age without even needing any generation. Not that I won't, but it would be nice just to say, hey, if all the kinetic generators weren't working at this point in time, we would still have enough energy to get through the entire medieval process. And then after that, once we get our kinetic generator upgrades and our solar panels, then we're laughing. Once we get to solar panels and start placing them basically along meridians, then we should have no problem with power for the future. And once I get enough gas accumulated, I should have no problem with water, because I'm going to try cloud generation more than hydro colliders for reasons previously mentioned. Yeah, I'm excited to see what we can do with this one too. This one, it's a nice planet. It's a great start for this this lake was basically the godsend right now, pun intended, I guess. But yeah, we'll just do basic maintenance throughout the winter. Try and find out what's wrong with farms and stuff like that. Why is this not being tended to? Bring these engineers back to where they need to be. And going to drink? Well, you can drink right over here. I'm sure there's water right here. But you don't want that water. You want the other water. What are you, 2? So these guys will never be happy with us, I don't think, because we're right up in their space. But that is totally fine. Because if they do plan an attack, we are going to mess them right up. The ones I'm actually really concerned about is not the fire ones. These guys can, I guess, unleash firestorms on me. I'm not really sure what they do to attack. I think it is a firestorm. But the civilization that I'm mostly concerned about, let's try and find them over here. These guys. Yeah, it's these guys. So if these guys plan on attacking me, either Grim Reaper deity here, so they're gonna get zombies coming at us. So this is the one I want to actually have a lot of defense around, and I would like to have a lot of hunters' huts around as well. And that's primarily for if they do decide to attack, at least we have enough stuff that we can actually defend ourselves from it. We do have them pretty much capped here. Now, another thing I got to keep in mind as well is I need to have really good engineer coverage here, because once they get into a modern city, their bubble, this dome, is going to grow probably out and around to all of my defense towers, so I won't be able to fix them with god powers after this. I'll have to rely on engineers, and as you can tell, they're not doing a great job right now because this stuff is so damn far away. Slowly but surely, we'll get there. Coming out of winter with 20 minutes of water left, no problem there. I'm dropping on laborers, but I have a lot of points, so we'll go back and we'll do another matathon over here. Yeah, let's head back home. Start at the center there. And for this time around, I'm just going to select the oldest of the old. Hopefully I don't kill these guys due to exhaustion. That's the price we pay for progress. Aw, good night, Night Raven. Maybe next one you'll get is Immortal. You look immortal. You are. There's a good pickup line for you. Eh? Hey, baby, you look so old, you look immortal. And she's back. Keep going down my list. I'm really trying not to, yeah, that would get me slapped, wouldn't it? I'm really trying not to get any of the weak or the lazy breeding at all. I mean, it's inevitable, you know, unless I really go Machiavellian on this thing and just erase everybody that I don't like. But I don't think they're hurting the civilization that bad that they need to be taken out. It just adds to a balance, but I'd rather have a majority of immortals and workaholics and some of the stronger ones in there. It seems to help the society a lot, but it's kind of out of my hands about who gets assigned after the one I've assigned dies. We have no idea if the next one becomes an immortal or lazy or whatever. So it's kind of luck of the draw. Right now I'm just trying to do like numbers, basically just trying to get as many immortals mating, and sometimes we'll get immortal babies, but not all the time. Highlander traits are pretty tricky like that. But yet another part of this experiment. Go down to the second page, just go find some more. Trying to get a bunch of kids on this planet here. Yeah, first iron mine that we put down is finally running out. The big positive thing about having only a couple nuggets in any of these at any given point in time is they do take forever to drain. See, can I get reasonable amount? 23, 26, 7, 28. Good enough for Canada. This is going to take a while to build because of all the trees, but we'll get it done. They seem to be building pretty fast, so I'm pretty happy with that. Running out of national forest space. That's my only problem with populating the whole planet. But I'll try and keep this area sort of just untouched. We're gonna have to tap into this for some oil eventually. I think I'll try and just keep this area for national forest. It's kind of all we got, really. We're looking good. We got 20 kids coming up, 60 unemployed. Perfect. Could always use more educated nuggets, but that's going to be once we get to the modern age and we get into universities, then that's really how it's going to have to work for this part. The ones that die of hunger and thirst, there's not a lot I can do for them because generally they die right next to a restaurant or a reservoir. It is what it is. Wait to accumulate some points again. And we keep going. Everything's being pretty consistent across. They are just not stockpiling a damn thing. Not really sure why. Okay, let's go with elderly assisted living here. Get all those old folks knocking boots. Let's see, are all my batteries done? Have given them a lot of stuff to chew on recently, so got 10 people living in some of these houses. Wow. That's a good sign as well. Because they are moving into the rural areas and they're filling out all the spaces that I need them to. Let's see, do we have any zeros? We only have one unoccupied house at the moment. And that's a really good sign. With that, what I would try and do, yeah, because these guys are so far out of here. So what I would try and do is basically get another family that's local, try and get their kids into that house, and therefore they hopefully work in this area. But that's something I can't really control. And eventually when the population rises, whoever is born, they'll be assigned over here. And hopefully they can work over here too, but like just for example, where are you? You're actually at work. That's good. But I can't particularly tell where Wim Zusushu lives, so he could be across the planet for all I know. And that's a really tricky part about this, is trying to find where these nuggets work and live, and I would love to be able to assign them the shortest path possible, but sometimes that just does not happen. And my concern is as well is if a Highlander gets a job, say right over here, and they live right across the planet, then forever they're running back and forth. They'll never be replaced by any other nugget. Yeah, elderly assisted. Alright. We may have a death wave here of a whole bunch of people dying at the same time as other being born, but the way that cookie's gonna crumble. So now we'll wait for this to drop back down under 100 again. Try and get these all down to under 100. And then we should be in a pretty good spot. Like I said, I'd like to have at least 100 unemployed, maybe 700 nuggets in total. Thank you for the tacos. And if I can get around 700 or so, then I think I'm pretty much ready for medieval age. And I want to see how that goes. I would like to get up to 10k for the batteries as well. To get sidetracked, I was talking about that. And I bounce over to something else. So, go over to the batteries. Okay, all my batteries are created, so we will create another one. Just wherever it fits. Just like happy little trees. And there we go. So I still have, how many kinetic generators do I have right now that are actually working? So I still got at least 10, at 10 or 12 working, and then I have a whole bunch available for workers if we do need power as it comes up. Fishing pier. Let's see, if I give them a minute, will they get somebody on this? Where's my engineers for these ones? Get you over here. See if you'll repair. Nope. You can bring a horse to water. Or a nugget to water, I should say. Okay. Okay, people are dying due to exhaustion over here. I think it's just because it's such a long walk. And what I hope is, as they die, as the new ones... There's a Lagavulin family here. Yeah, I think that's always going to be a little bit of a fight going forward until we get modern age engineers. Is there's always going to be a few places where they just take too long to get to from their residences. That's fine. I don't mind dealing with it as long as it's not like super constant, because if I'm having to fix shit all the time, then I'm never going to be able to accumulate points. Damn, the Lagavulin tribe's already getting pretty damn big. 3 pages. A couple of mortals in there. Pretty much all good traits, too. Nicely done. A strong clan. Okay, a lot of people dying due to exhaustion. What I assume that is the old people that are dying because they just mated. 58 years old, lazy, had a kid and died. And that's fine if we lose a few. I don't know if the Highlanders can die to exhaustion. They might. As long as we're adding fresh workers to the force. And she's back. Welcome back. Crate nugget. Put a nugget in a crate. Spacebox nugget. Okay, how's our defenses looking over here? Pretty good, pretty good. We're pretty solid on defensive line, and what I'm probably going to end up doing later on as well is like really just getting defense towers everywhere. Not that I need them a whole lot, but sometimes it's useful. So this section here is where the wolves are. Every time they spawn, they get shot down right in this area. So this is working really nicely. That's another good thing about expanding all the way through, is we can get right down to where the wolves, and I guess they spawn near a volcano. They're fire wolves or something. The world is doing well. How's your world? Okay, coming back into winter. We are not full on our reserves. That means I'm going to need to start. I might need to boost up a couple pumps here. 73, that's not looking good either. So, need to tap off this lake again. What are we looking at? 97? Yeah, okay. So I'll add one more there. You didn't have your cookies? Ah, that's a shame. Still got 26 minutes left. We're doing okay, but I think, yeah, sooner than later, I'm going to need to get into the next age. There we go. Here, let's check out this wolf attack. Or lack thereof. See how many they're going to get. I got him. Her. Yeah, this is working really nice. Where were you? Defending. I guess you got a couple of them. But yeah, that basically means to me that we're gonna never have to worry about wolves again as long as I've got this area covered. Because they only have one spawn point as far as I've ever seen. They always spawn in the same spot. So if you can get to them early enough. Another good way to do that as well is as soon as you see incoming wolf attack, pause the game, go find them, and then that'll allow you to find the area that's most likely where they're coming from and start heading towards that and building up. How did you die? I have no idea. No idea. It was a while ago. Okay, what's up at the cemetery? We're looking at 24 minutes. No problem. Eating, going to repair. Let's give you a little kickstart. Hopefully this one isn't lazy. Let's see. See what you got. Neutral. A lot of neutral nuggets around. And all these nuggets are just like waiting around here to be mated. Got nothing else to do. Go stand by the beach and hope to get laid. What's yours? Yours is neutral as well. Okay, there's another one. Do our normal little hunt for mortals. I don't want to kill off all my points though, so keep that. Let's get through the rest of winter. Yeah, I did. Get your Lagavulin last name. There you go. Reservoir down. Why? I go for maybe another redundant engineer's hut up here. Oh yeah. Gotta be quick. Manage an entire planet. Can't waste no time. That guy's covered. Those guys are pretty much wrapped. One more over here. Close as I can. Yeah, ideally, I mean, I guess we're ready for attack, but it'd be awesome if these guys just kept to their business, even if we are surrounding them. Do I have all my exiles surrounded now? Or is it just 2 out of 4? Let's see. Okay, those ones are surrounded. Those ones are. Where's our last exile village? Where are you? Is that the last one? How do you guys look? Yeah, we haven't even touched these guys yet. Gotta get on that. Am I going? Yeah, I'm going a little hard here, so let's chill out on that. We are getting pretty low on laborers as well. Oop, those like bones. Let's get laborers hunting deer. $85 and sunny, eh? Yeah. Kind of gray. It's nice temperature out here, but it's gray. Gray, eh? Oh, general. Alright, so Foxville, we gotta really get these guys cornered in here. I think that would be perfect, is if I can get them in here. They can't expand out into the ocean or nothing, so they're gonna be just a tiny little culture. But yeah, I gotta wait for them. I gotta wait for my population to bounce back as well. And I think we gotta wait for... Real nice by the creek. I can see it from the roof. Gotta wait for this thing to be over. Still got 20 minutes of elderly assisted living. So we're going to see a lot of exhaustion, death in the next 20 minutes. But hopefully once that's over, it's like a new wave. What's a creek? Where the water runs. Climb up on the roof, you can see it real good. Yeah, we got our own pronunciations of stuff. What do you call it? A Canadian drawl? Yeah, good. 20 kiddos. 61 unemployed. Hopefully we can crack 700 in the next half hour or so. Oh yeah, you know all about it. Lord, Thunder and Bud. A moose loose in a hoose, don't you know? Okay, so yeah, we're even on the bricks and we're under on the planks, so I want to get under on the bricks. Doing fine for iron. Nothing else. Just let them do their thing this summer. Let's see if 383 up isn't going to be enough for us to get full, I don't think. But we'll be able to see. I think that one other water pump might help. Let's see, what are we doing over here? At 97% on a 57,000 lake. Yeah, so let's prioritize this water pump. Hopefully that'll boost up our number just a bit. By the way, quarter is on the press. Oh, yeah, nice. Making more stuff. I'm good. I still got coffee. Thank you. The crazy thing about having a whole planet in Stone Age is you could just spend almost a perpetual amount of time with it. You know, my only issues are becoming water flow. Eateries are sort of a big deal as well. I would love to get up to 1,000 prepped meals, but I think I need better eateries for a lot of these things. I need sort of the upgraded engineers huts, eateries, storage, all that fun stuff, and that we can only get to that in medieval age. So there has to be a point in time where like we have no choice but to pull the trigger and go into medieval age. And I think we're pretty close now. I kind of want to get these dropped down, get my defenses up around that last city, and then after that, I I think we'll boot over and see how medieval works for us. That should be within, let's say, an hour or so. And I'm not seeing a lot of indicators of anything wrong. You know, we're not seeing lots of infected zones or things needing repair, anything like that. So it's feeling pretty balanced right now. We just need an uptick of, well, 75 unemployed. That's good. We are upticking up here. I'll wait till we get into another 1,000 CP or so. And I just want to make sure that none of my lakes are draining major. Yeah, we got a water shortage on a small scale of things, but yeah, I need to recover that water eventually, and I do need to recover the trees with either terraforming or just by creator powers. Thank you for the fill, and thank you for the tacos. Fill that taco. And I think once we get the logging camps as well in medieval age, that's going to help us with the amount of wood that is actually getting chopped down. Yeah, residential popping up. 2 of them. Sweet. Okay, so let's move holy ground. Let's see what's lacking on holy ground now. I think just this area maybe needs... No, we got a house there. Got a house there. So this area is pretty much grounded. Not a lot of residential right here, so let's plop one here. And what I'm trying to do is basically, when we get into medieval and modern age, is these skyscrapers should be spread right evenly across the planet. If you can see, you see all the little fires, those are the residentials. So at night it's easy to see the spread of what your residentials are looking at. Not all of them, as you can tell, like that's a residential area there too. But it kind of helps me at night to see how evenly spread all the residential are. And they're all filling up pretty good. We are pushing up to 700 slowly but surely. I think we gotta wait for this old person mate fest to be over because people are dying of exhaustion as fast as they're making them. I'd rather have a new wave of kiddos moving into another house, and hopefully we're getting more and more immortals in there, the Highlanders. How many pages of Highlanders are we up to? 7, 16, 21, 26. Okay, so we got roughly 29 pages of Highlanders. Only problem is they all have jobs. Like there's maybe a few laborers. Not many though, right? We got a couple laborers here, and those are the only ones that are free to mate. So we just need to kind of keep getting more and more of the Highlanders in here that have plenty of time on their hands to do the idle hands, devil's playground sort of thing. Looking good. Point generation's good. Still at 70 laborers, 18 kiddos. Up 413 now, so I'd like to be at 500. But I'm really trying to balance these lakes so I don't have to use the god powers much on them. I mean, this is obviously my go-to lake, or 54,000 is a go-to, and 100,000 on this one is another great go-to. But even that can be drained. And what am I pulling off each pump? I'm pulling 80. So at 400, trying to get to 480 here. I'll probably end up destroying or not turning off a few of these pumps once we get into the modern age. Is you don't need like 2,000 water up. It's just going to drain your lakes, and it's not really going to do you any favors for filling up all your needs. You just need to get basically right at the end of August or the end of fall, I should say. As long as I'm pretty much close to maxed out at the end of fall, when we hit winter, then we're doing good. And if I'm running short, then I need to get more production going on. Coming along though, dropping our numbers slightly. 178, 149. Yeah, let them do their thing on that. Wait for these locusts, wait for fall, wait for winter. And it's a big old waiting game. Effectively, at this point in time, it becomes a screensaver. Nice to look at. Ooh. I think once I get the cloud generators in here and having a lot more rain falling and just using gas for it, which is an abundant resource, I think that'll help and probably solve our water problems across the planet. But pretty much as usual, before I go for any other planet, I'm going to have this thing sort of completely self-sufficient, completely balanced out. And if I can really mine resources slowly this time, instead of trying to stockpile oil and gas and everything, and just having what I need on hand at any given point in time, I think it'll work really nice. That way, when we get into space, we start getting on planets that can just give us the oil and the gas and the iron that we need, then we shouldn't be like deathly low on this planet. But my plans are always subject to change, so there could always be a total 180 on the plan. Everything's looking pretty good. Excuse me. Eateries are slow. Battery I placed is not done yet, so let's prioritize that guy. One's almost done. The thing that is really messing with my process, though, is something that I'm very used to, is being able to sort by condition. But as soon as I select all, first of all, it takes forever to populate now. And then being able to sort by condition goes away. And it's kind of frustrating in the sense where, like, that's been the best way I can find to see what's being built or not. And there's something really glitchy about it. I've let it be known, but got a feeling that one is going to take a good long time to get fixed. I take everything out and bring everything back. Nope, just doesn't want to work. Okay. Old people are done screwing around. I'd say let's go with safety guidelines. And we're going into fall. We're 1,000 short. That is really, really short. So I'm going to have to skip this winter. We just got that other pump up and running at 500, so we should be good. I just need to skip one winter. Then the next winter after that should be fine. Where's my engineers over here? Going to repair. Redundant engineers already. And every once in a while, I'll just get this wave of things that need to be rejuvenated. Thanks for making it rain. That's the problem with small reservoirs, is every reservoir you fill up is only 30. You know, because we're using the very basic reservoirs of the Stone Age. And as we get higher capacity, this is going to get a lot easier. But for the time being, this is just the balance that I've been struggling with recently. No problem, though. Get into winter. Let's fight these locusts. And I'm going to need to hit this lake with some water as well. One's not doing so hot. Yeah, I don't think this part's going to be an issue once I get a third engineer unlocked. Alright, safety guidelines, no problem. Less herbs used. That'll be good. Coming up on winter. Plenty of points to skip. See, is it going to be winter or locusts first? What are we going to go with? It's going to be close. You figure winter would just kill the locusts. But no. Alright, locusts up first. We'll take these guys out. Not that they're really going to break my bank or anything, but kind of just what you do. Okay, now winter's here. Change that season over to spring. Okay, and then next spring, so yeah, getting 1,000 up when we have 500, or getting 1,000 more with 500 up should be fine. I think next winter we'll be able to skate through pretty good. And if not, I should have the points to skip again, barring something crazy happens. Now we're doing 169 and 137. Okay, we're slowly lowering those numbers here. 86 unemployed. I like seeing that. That's great. Don't like seeing 7 kids. Need more kiddos. Go back and do the thing. Pull up my immortal list again. Highlanders. And we're just going to arbitrarily mate Islanders. Addie, how many kids do you have at this point in time? 1,300 years. 45 kids. I notice I can't mate people that are on wheels. Seems low, he needs more action. He's tired. Like the 5-year-old kid that goes to his parents and be like, "You tired?" Like, yeah. Like, how long have you been tired for? It's like about 5 years. Hey, that's how old I am. Wow, what a coincidence. Can't mate you. You. Nope. Nope. One. I'm glad their hair goes gray. It makes it a lot easier to find. Oh, you're a winner. Cool. It's a race. There, gotcha. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can start self-perpetuating society with the Highlanders, where there's enough of them that they just keep making more and more. Because the chances are like pretty low of them passing on their trait, especially if they're not nailing another Highlander. But if we just do sheer volume, then it should work out. Okay. Gonna keep a few points just in case. Trees are dwindling. That I'll be able to solve in the future as well when we have nothing else to build. But for the time being, another thing I find unfortunate is that cemeteries all take wood. When you get into space age, I think they should take like fuel or gas or something like that instead, because it doesn't make any sense to still be burning wood, you know, when you're going into space. See, going to eat. Nope, you're coming over here. Boop. Boop. We'll let you roam free there. Is there the Ellis Eatery? I'm finding this to be a pretty good strategy for the amount of distance that they have to cover. If I've selected somebody that's on the other side of the planet, I just pull them over there, and sometimes they get right to work, or sometimes they don't. Where you going? Picking up resources. I guess you need food to cook. Kind of low on farmland over here, aren't we? I'm trying to reserve this area for mostly future stuff. Haven't done a great job of making it nice and tidy, so usually I like really nice solid lines of factories and stuff, but we're just gonna go sort of au naturel on this one. Yeah, that's a hard spot to get to. I totally get that. 79% on this lake. Yeah, once we start getting the rains going on in the space age, we'll have no worries with lake water. We'll have very little worries about pollution as well. Can always use more parks, so let's see. 120, we're starting to slow down, so that's good. I'll wait till that gets just a bit farther down, under 100 there for bricks, and then we'll place some parks around. Place some more defense towers. As a last eatery. Now, effectively what I've done with myself now is that medieval is going to take forever to get out of as well. It's going to take a really, really long time because my plan is to have everything Stone Age upgraded to medieval before we go into modern. And with the sheer amount of stuff that we have on this planet, that is going to take some good long time. That's many, many hours. Which I'm fine with. That was the whole plan. But I'm not expecting to just jump through medieval age in an hour or so. Everybody says it's the shortest stage that you go through, but also if you have this many things, it's still going to take a good long time to get through. But that's the name of this game right now, is low and slow. We're just going to kind of, manicure these planets. Each one, take my time until I can get to nuggetoids. once I get a handful of nuggetoids in here, then things can start progressing a little faster. And the only other thing is if builder bots work, then we'll be great. But if builder bots aren't being created, then we're gonna have a problem. Because that was my first run through, which I thought was going to be like my forever planet. They just stopped making builder bots on Mother Planet, and it kind of screwed up my whole system because I was relying on them entirely to get to other planets and colonize quickly. So in that case, I had to basically take all my resources all the time, ship them over, and it took forever. It got really messy. So if builder bots work for this planet, I do have a contingency plan as well if they stop making it. Oh, we got residentials coming up over here. Why? Where is... So are they already doing that? Whoa, we just had a residential explosion. What is going on, folks? Holy smokes. What happened over here? I guess my holy ground was super effective. Okay. So let's strategize a bit. This is way too many houses for an area. So I have to take a few of these out, but I got to be careful with my point generation. I don't have a lot of points to plant trees. So I'm going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's take those guys out there. Put out this fire. And I may start losing control of where residences are being put. But let's plant some trees. I'll get back to that farm in a second. What I want to see is how many points do I need to spend to regenerate? A lot. Probably about 300 points. So I'm just going to plop all the trees down. They're going to cut these down immediately. I'm fine with that. It's more for point generation than anything. There we go. We're back to full. Crisis averted, but this means we certainly can't skip winter, which I don't need to because I got 37 out of 4,000. So we'll be fine because I'm only pulling 1,400 down. So as long as I have 2,800 or above, I'll be able to make it through winter. Okay, so hopefully so many residentials just popped up there. That's crazy. Oh dear. We have a residential crisis over here. And I have no way to actually alleviate this now without more lightning. Either that or I basically help them build these things. Help them build the houses and then deconstruct them once they're built. That's the only other way I can do that. But we're going to have a big pocket of residential over here. And let's see where I can find these other ones. I think there's going to be some clusters popping up here that we didn't really anticipate. Yeah. Yeah, so at this point in time, I've basically kind of lost control of where they're going to be putting their houses because their holy grounds are going to fill up really, really fast. And then they're just going to build wherever the hell they want. Which is probably a good thing for now. I think we've spread enough that they've got options to put their houses wherever. I just don't want big clusters of houses, like 6 or 8 chunks of them. Because that means that there's a whole bunch of nuggets that have to travel a lot farther to get to where they're going. But we're starting to pick up here. We got 91, 16, and I think the Highlanders are starting to perpetuate. But I've got no points to do anything with right now. Let's see how... This probably took a... Yeah, well, we're not doing too bad. The demand for wood and stone is going to be a little higher because of those houses. Hopefully they don't blast off too hard here. Let's see. Yeah, that cluster bugs me. It really does. But I'm going to wait for a little bit before I destroy some of those. Pretty Granted, I don't have a lot of houses over here, but a cluster of 4 is just too many. Okay. Can you help destroy it? Yeah, sure. Gotta find him again. Go. Oh, they're building that one. Yeah, just give me a second here. Let's sort out this little neighborhood. My engineer's going. Fire station. Okay, that leaves us with 84 workers. Good. And iron mine's going to take a few as well, but I've got a little while before that's done. Let's go find those houses. I keep clicking that. They're building them really fast too. Shit. Like they want to move in or something. Okay. Bombs away. Oh, that doesn't pull it up there. Okay. Alright, let's go find you, and then let's just go take you over there. Yoink. Alright. Demolition crew on its way. Of course it's in winter. Can't see shit. Where are you? Can I do it like this? Can I still go over here? What do you mean I can't drop you there? There we go. That goes away now. Thank you. Okay, wolf attack. Let's see how we do with this one. I'm doing pretty good. Snow coming in. Is this a blizzard? Like a blizzard. No. Okay, cool. We didn't even lose somebody on that last wolf attack. It's pretty good. That's working like a charm in this area. You never have to really worry about wolves too much again. We might lose 1 or 2, but compared to having them take out all these innocent populations. Damn, they got like a animal convoy going on through their city. UFO. Yeah, let's shoot this guy down before he starts messing with our world. Bye-bye. And because of that, they're scared again, aren't they? I'm sure they are. Just barely, but they're a little scared, so we'll plant some trees to ease their scarediness. There you go. Not skipping this winter, but we got 27 minutes left. That should be fine. And 7,200 on our battery. Okay, all batteries are built. Let's get up to 10K for the batteries. happy that I haven't seen many infected zones recently, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. Prioritize that guy. Oh yeah, this one's gonna take forever. Forever. Curious, can I just bring the supporters over? You. Are you gonna do anything with that? Or are you just gonna run back to your original? Yeah, you're just... So, it would have been nice to have these supporters do something other than, you know, one single set thing, but... Like you, how about you? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go take out some stuff? Good job, nice, okay. Or just run right past it? Yep, okay, never mind. Cool, yeah, take out the rocks that aren't in the build zone. Oh, nuggets. Make a sitcom. That's my nugget. Hey. There's our... There's our other damn civilization here. Where are you guys? Here. He'd watch that show? Yeah. I guess we could make our own out of this, really. This day in Strangetopia. Okay, make sure all my defense towers are manned, at least. New farm. People on there. Hopefully this nugget isn't lazy. Let's see. See what's wrong with this engineer's hut first. Not a whole bunch, it's just taking them forever. People assigned into here, just 2 regular old nuggets. And let's see what you got for a trait this time. Neutral. Oh, Night Raven down. You guys got a good ebb and flow. One comes in, one dies. Okay, back into production years. Alright, that's not bad. And she's back. Yeah, 666. Contraception ban. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Contraception ban. Everybody flicks those rubbers off like it's graduation. And that battery still needs to be built. Let's prioritize that. That cemetery, I think I did prioritize. Yeah, I did. It's just gonna... Oh, they're chunking away at it pretty good, actually. Slightly impressed. Okay. Yeah, this engineers is gonna help this situation, no problem. Going to hospital. Why? Get back to work. You work here now. poor animals don't know where to go. They're like everywhere city. It was so nice a few hundred years ago. Okay. That one's already prioritized. Prioritize that one as well. Build some more restaurants. Some more fire protection. Yeah, I'm curious to see how these other civilizations are going to react, whether they're going to just kind of take it for what it's worth, or they're going to try and do all-out war, and then we have to destroy them. Because I would love just to have like little trading posts with them, you know, but I'm using this land. I'm not staying away from them. So they can be mad as hell if they want, but these cities are never going to grow beyond their scope now because we've developed right around them. And that's fine by me because, as you can tell, I'm pretty much using every available space on the planet. And once we drain all the oil and all the gas out of the deserts, then we can start moving into there. Or, for all I know, is residential is just going to take over there too. Because I can't really control them. But we only have a few more houses to build. That was a big explosion of them, and that's a crap house. Even though it's exactly where I asked them to build. That'll get us some wood. It's going to take forever to build. I guess I don't want to pick up nuggets in this, so I'm not going to do a vortex. They're just chopping stuff down right now. Yeah, it'll be fine. I got a residential growing over there, so let's holy ground somewhere else. Let's see. It's looking sparse with holy ground. Wonder how close. I think they'll build houses right next to, even if they're angry with it. Let's see. Do an experiment here. That'd be great if they just built houses with no regard to that. I'd be kind of surprised if they did, but not like super surprised. Okay, back in the spring with 485 up. Like to get to 500. Do I have a lake that will support that though? Not really. We're up to 6 pumps on this lake already. A lot of water. This lake is running low. This lake is super low, I'm sure. No, yeah, with 1 pump on it. Yeah, we're really gonna have to lean on the big lakes, unfortunately. 6 is too many for me, but just to get us through the remainder of this age. $58 and $50, doing pretty good on numbers here. Okay, all houses are built. Amazingly, actually, that was really fast for that one that we were clearing. That eatery is still taking its time over here. Prioritize that guy. Then how are we looking for food? 4,000 up. Not a lot of farmland over on this side or over here. This would probably be a good spot for farmland, but again, I want to keep this as clear as possible because that's the only spot I really have for industry at this point in time, unless I spread it out across the map, which I don't particularly like doing. I mean, this looks like a pretty good area for, you know, maybe steel and electronics. There's a spaceport area right there for sure. Right next to a volcano, probably not then. Let's move over. I don't know, I'll plan it out when I get there. I try and do a little future planning and then I just take it all back. Like, I'm not going to build anymore. Proceeds to build 700 things. 83, we're dropping a little bit on our labor. Gonna wait to do another mate fest once we get 600-700 points. And we got a tornado next spring. And tornadoes are awful dangerous now because no matter where it spawns, something of mine is there. I definitely have to be wary of that. You know, when you're first starting the planet and it's pretty much barren, say like 9 times out of 10, it just spawns away from your civilization. But with this one, we can be pretty much guaranteed that that tornado is going to touch down right near a building. If it doesn't, great. I'd rather it spawn in the middle of a lake, but can't pick that as well. Eye on my holy ground. Make sure there's not like 7,000 houses being built. That was an interesting little blast of houses there, actually. I wasn't expecting them to build so many so fast. It's usually been like one every like 15-20 minutes or so. But that was like, no, we need like 100 houses. And that's the best way to spread out is in Stone Age, because once we get into medieval, then they can each house can hold like 4 families or something like that, and then they stop spreading. I see a lot of people getting issues with that when it gets into modern age, because as soon as they build their high rises, you got like 10 families, 12 families or something like that that can fit in each building, and they have no reason to spread out or build houses anywhere else. Another easy thing you can do is just what I've been doing with the lightning, or you just destroy the house, right? If I was to destroy that house, they would sort of be forced to pop over into holy ground here. But I'm kind of liking the spread so far. There's only a few little clusters of houses in each territory. This, I kind of wanted to make a little bit more of a main residential, just because I like the area. You know, it's sort of the valley, where all the valley kids come from. And no volcanoes. As much as mountainous as it is, it's not volcanic region, which is cool. $1,500. They need to be more lenient on the placement of iron mines, though. I will absolutely attest to that one. Because like, I know it's not technically humans, right? But like any civilization that needs iron, they're not going to be like, oh, well, it's too much of a slant to get to. They're just going to do it. Okay, let's get a redundant engineers. Totally unnecessary, but in the future, but pretty necessary now. 77 workers. We're dropping down. I need a few hundred more points, and then I'll go ham on some Highlanders there. Prioritize that battery. How far are we going? Not bad. Not bad. They're getting stuff done. That's really nice to see. That, you know, sure, things take time, but it's not like it takes infinite amounts of time or like an hour to build a building. Okay, where's my engineers over here? You're going to repair, you're going to get it. Is that you? No, you're a firefighter. Let's see, are you going to get this before it crumbles? You're doing alright, Mr. Ellis. Vonnegut, where are you? You're way over there. Okay, how about this building? You do this one. This one. Ah, you bastard. And let's go back to our tiny little exile village over here. And let's build another defense tower. Yes. And I'm just going to branch these out a little bit. Okay. Yeah, our water pump's finally up. We got 600 up now. That's great. That should be able to get us through. We'll definitely get through this winter. We might be a little low, but at 600 up, we should be able to recover, and we're not draining the lakes too bad. $71, $83, coming back around with the laborers. That's good. Got your last name still. There we go. Okay, things are coming along nicely. We should be able to make it through this winter. Fight this tornado. I got a bunch of points, so let's go back to home base and start getting those Highlanders knocking boots again. All my gray hairs. Not a lot of them, alright. I guess we'll use the other method. I got a lot of weak ones coming up. That's not good. Yeah, they're evenly spaced though. Alright, old man out of here. Another one for the team there. Our point generation's full. Stage 2, randomness. Are you immortal? You immortal? No. Hoping that trait works out. And then on a quick break from capitalism. Hi. Hi, Lady Lucifer. How you doing? Welcome to the world. We're still in the Stone Age. Intentionally. It's not that I can't get out of it. I'm just making the whole planet covered in cave people first, and then after that we're gonna go into medieval age. Getting pretty close, actually. I said that an hour ago, but you tired? Wish to be in the Stone Age? Yeah. A couple more hours. You can go all caveman. Cave person, I'm sorry. 2024. $500 points, 600 points. Getting these immortals going. It seems to be working, but every once in a while we just have a dropout of people. Workaholic? Yeah, sure. Nope. Nope. Nibbler? Sure. Alright, bye. Hope you have a good day. That's way too many pumps, man. But having a frozen lake does help because we're getting rained on. It's not going up at all. Cool. I'm not too concerned about it. I don't think we're going to run out of water in like a disastrous way on this planet. I do have to keep my eye on it, but the hell are you doing out in the woods? Burying a body? That'd be crazy if they started getting like really deep into like, you know, nugget personalities. You know, this guy like murders somebody, buries him in the woods, and you have to find the body. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard with the planet filter, just look for dead people. But would be interesting. Right. Come on, winter, let's end so we can face a tornado. It took a really long time to get used to this road system, but I think I'm finally starting to like grasp it where it can be. It looks like just brutal when you're first starting because there's so many different twists and turns and offcuts and offshoots and everything, but now most of my roads are pretty grid-like. I'm trying to keep as many roads as possible, just giving the nuggets options to go to instead of just having one straight line. Something about a really nice, like, long, straight, Young Street sort of road I do like seeing, though. Not that you can see anything in winter, because it's, you know, it's winter. But once we get into modern age and the real roads come in, yeah, residential. Woohoo. Alright, confirmed. They will build residential wherever the hell they want. I like it. It's residential already. So let's go find another spot for them. Maybe maybe in the summer, actually, so I can see what I'm doing. On spring. They're dropping quite a bit in water, though. It's a pretty big deficit. I mean, it doesn't look like it according to the gauge there, but yeah, it's gonna take a lot of time to recover all that water. We'll do it. I'm not afraid. I'm scared. That one's covered. That one's covered. Yeah, so I think we have all our friends over here all pretty much covered with defense. We're gonna see if they attack or not. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do, because, you know, we were right up on them. But if they just kind of stay peaceful and stick to themselves, then we can have a very, very good relationship in the future of just trading all the things. And that is perfect. Look at that. 8 and 12 needed. 5. That is the numbers that I'm looking for. Super happy that we're actually in a positive. That took a long time to get to, but but I was being really careful too. I didn't want to go way overboard on this. Okay, so we're in. Let's find, where can we put more holy ground? The whole damn planet is basically covered with houses now. I like it. Right across from these guys. That way, if I do need to build defenses or man some of the military barracks, at least I got nuggets that are very close there. And tornado's coming soon. A theater near you. And potentially what I'd like to see is, if we don't need these, a recovering. What happened? It broke something, it looks like. What did you do? Recovering. I don't know. You're a weak nugget. Help you out here. Oop, pat on the back. I got all my herbs. Yeah, good. Alright, iron mine. Let's get just 2 nuggets in there. There we go. And then start picking our way at that iron as well. I got a feeling that once we get down to like proper 0 on most of this stuff, we should start growing. But I think it's going to be in medieval age where everything really knocks off, where unfortunately I might lose a lot of trees because they could go way overboard with the planks and the bricks. One thing I would really love to see in this game as well is just the limiter, you know? Just like, how many planks do you want on your planet? Set it to 200 and then forget it. I think that would help for the balance of everything, because I mean, it makes sense for any system you're using. If you're telling them how many numbers you want of each, it's going to be a lot easier to manage than just having them like, oh, we'll just make infinite planks as long as there's space. Oh, you're going kaboom. All right. Where are we going? Is this the long walk into the desert? That's sad music playing. Do 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 do. Can you blow up a meteor? Just curious. This is for science. Nope. Would have thought that would have worked. Alright, 50 seconds till tornado. $86, good. 20 kids, good. And slow it down. And pause. And tornado. Okay. Protective dome. And I want to try and push it out that way, if possible. See what we can do. Are we? Are we? Are we? Okay. Yep, keep going. Here's in shambles. Oh, I guess that's my problem. Alright. Fix that engine. Quick, go back to the tornado. Are you in shambles? Why? I had redundant ones over there. Oop. We have lost the tornado alert. I don't think it's going to do much besides muck up some trees now, hopefully. But sometimes these things will last for like 5 minutes, so let's see. How about you bounce over here? Boink. Coming right for us. You know, you can end any time you want, right? Right towards the engineers. All right, beat it. Done. Tornado crisis averted. Give you your last name again. The Lagavulin tribe carries on. Looking like right to arms is going to be the law today. Actually, you know what? Let's just focus. That way I can spend all these points. I need to plant some trees. And let's get some lakes filled. That one. That one. Don't need that one yet. Oh, there was a small lake here. This guy's probably hurting. Not bad. How about you? How's my housing situation looking? Nobody's building here yet. Okay, no problem. How's this lake doing? This lake needs some love. I think that was a good use of points. I added a few thousand units of water there. Next 1,000 I get up to, I'll do some trees. 92. Hell yeah. Good. That's some numbers that I'm liking. 792 workers and no need for anything. I think we're ready to go into medieval. You see how my batteries are looking. Okay, so that battery is done. That means we have a total of 7,600. I'm gonna just place a couple more because I'm weird like that. And again, you can place batteries anywhere. It's all global. It doesn't matter. Just like seeing stuff spread out sort of evenly. Except for you. OG batteries. Yeah, it really just focuses up, so that should increase our production of points quite a bit, which is great. Oop, I didn't want to do that. And we hit 700 soon. Should be seeing another house pop up over here. Let me see how our residential's looking. 9 residential. 2 to be built. Well, shit. Popped up right there. Okay. Let's move this holy ground around a bit more. Let's see. Don't see many houses here, so good enough. Well, there's one right here. And here. And there. But nothing there, so that'll be fine. You know what? Let's go right here. Yes, it will get knocked out by a volcano eventually, but that's a good area for a little bit of a community. And we've got everybody captured. Ooh, lots of unemployed over here. Lots of spots open. Good thing we have a few laborers. It's nice to see some workaholics coming in here. It seems like there's a better range based on our selective breeding. It seems that it is actually working. I'm seeing less lazy, especially the youngins. We're getting some lazies because, you know, kids. But at least we have some people in here that are actually worth hiring. Okay. Back up to 42 bricks. Could replace a couple things. Let's get this battery done. I basically want to have no construction going on at the point in time where they do start going into medieval, because they do focus on building all their houses, and as you could tell, we have a ton, 10 pages, so it's about 100 odd houses, right? My math is right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so about 100 houses. That's going to take them quite a while for them to get all those up and running. And each house, I think, takes 2 electricity, so that's going to be, we need 200 electricity up just immediately at the beginning of medieval, which we can do totally. Engineers, let's sign a couple workaholics there. Oh, we lost an engineer. Probably about to lose that cemetery too, that we totally forgot about. Rebuild that. Get some people assigned over here. Okay. We should be pretty much in the clear for infected zones across any walking path now. You know, we can see some weak spots there. I think putting one here in case we do have warfare is probably a good idea. That nice and close, minimal amount of trees. That's the thing, is there's always something to do. There's like, if you want to do it, there's always something to do. A lot of people say it gets really, really boring. You know, there's nothing to do, and I just sit there and twiddle my thumbs, and it's like, okay, well, it really depends on how much work you're giving them at any point in time. Say you place, 50 buildings down at the same time, none of them are going to get done. But if you do it low and slow sort of thing, then it should always keep you busy with something. There's always something to focus on, always somebody to hire if you're not using Town Hall. Which I highly recommend for anybody that wants to play this, is just don't use the government. Maybe that adds an element into the game that people enjoy, that it's just like, yeah, let them do their thing, which is totally respectable. But I just find it more aggravating than anything. Let's prioritize that, see if they can knock that house out soon. And yeah, they're just eating away at the projects. That's great. 87, coming up on 15 kids. Coming up into a winter with, yeah, we're plenty good on water there. Well, let's let them chill out for a minute. See how we do here. Just get through this winter. And then next spring, I think we'll be at 700 nuggets. We should have, hopefully, if we have 100 laborers, that'd be amazing. So good. And yeah, and then we'll pop over to Medieval Age, and then I have about an hour left before I gotta end this stream. So we should be able to chuck into Medieval Age, and see what that looks like. See if our city's on fire in an hour or not. Hopefully I'll just do a couple things, and then maybe stream another couple hours tonight, or hopefully being available in the next couple days for it. And then my week picks up, and I won't be streaming for a little while. But it's always fun hanging out with you guys and being able to build my little world together. And anybody that's watching, you're always welcome to join, but don't have to if you don't want to. Sit back, relax, and watch it go. Yeah, Zuri, you're getting good at it too. You know? Picking up a lot of the tips and tricks and stuff like that. And wolves, ha! We scoff at wolves. Where are you? You're almost dead already. You gonna lose anybody on this one? Nope. You guys can go away. Low temperature, meaning winter. We have 25 minutes left, so yeah, we are going to need to get on to medieval in the spring, I think. Because we're sort of at that moot point now where I can build all kinds of stuff, but I think we need more advanced technology at this point in order to kind of keep pushing forward. The 4 more residentials being built. Where? Good lord, guys. You just sneak up on me like that. Alright, so let's move our holy ground to somewhere completely arbitrary because I can't see anything. So I see a fire here. You guys want some neighbors? Here you go. I guess we got to start hunting mammoth. I think that's what the game is trying to tell us, but just have a collection of animals. How many do we still have left on the planet? Yeah, I think we're doing pretty good. For whatever reason, our hunters are just not really hunting, and we don't need them to. I think this is about probably the most balanced planet I've ever made so far. We'll see how modern age does for us, but I think we can this is probably the best start I've ever given myself. I mean, also I've never spent 1355 years in Stone Age before, so a new experiment. It means it's kind of the lesson of patience is a virtue in this aspect of it. Just take your time. You know, there's no rush to get anywhere in this game because, you know, end game is, I mean, it really depends on what you're playing for, but the planet cracker thing is, I mean, it's kind of cute, but I don't really need to do it. It's not really part of my game, you know. We're going to defeat it, and then it's going to sit there, we'll build it, and we can send it off to planets and stuff, but it's just not the way I think it's reasonable to play by taking out planets. I think every single planet that we can get to and we have access to is at least a spaceport, which adds 4 more cargo ships, which just adds to a supply chain. So no planet, even dead planets, aren't out of sight. You know, I see a lot of people just cracking planets for a handful of resources, and that's fine. But I think every single planet that you come across is useful in some way, even if it's just a little hub, you know, a little storage hub or a place for a spaceport, and you know, a bit of extra supplies. That's my mentality, anyways. 38 and 54. All right, let's lower that down a bit more. 689. Come on, man. All right, we got 715 points. Do one last hurrah. Let's get a handful more nuggets in here. If I can hit 700 adults and hopefully 100 laborers, that would be prime. Do some affected zone. What the fuck? Oh, well. Right outside the cemetery. That makes sense. Prioritizing that. That's good timing for that. Defensive tower. Let's get just a believer in there. Nobody special. And back to the banging. Alright, 698. 92. I'm pretty happy with that. And I think by the time this is a 20-minute on normal speed, so we'll get that. And then I'm just going to pop 15. Going to give ourselves another 25 output here. And then go over to blacksmith. I don't really need to upgrade my reservoirs quite yet. But I'm going to go with the couriers, unlock them. Okay. So that's about 12 to 15 minutes. We will have... I'm going to save this before pre-mid. Oh. Pre-mid low play. There we go. Yeah, that way if I just regret my decision, we can always load back into this. Thank you for praying for Mojo. Alright. This will be interesting. This will be a pretty good one, I think. And with the amount of time that it's going to take for this to get into architecture, so please don't invent anything. This will be perfect amount of time. Just give us that time to get everything else in order. Get the rest of these planks and bricks down to 0. We're at 701, 95 unemployed. All those are looking good. And hopefully what I can do is once we get into medieval and we get into the stockpiles, where do I find organized storage? Okay, so that's where I want to get to, organized storage, and start upgrading all my storage pretty much immediately. And hopefully that's going to kickstart them to start stockpiling all this stuff. Yeah. Well, while we wait for that, might as well make more babies. I think the game's probably going to push back again at around 800. It seems to like hit certain population numbers and just be like, you know what, I'm just going to kill everything I can. This is too much computing for me. But in our little world here, we are just trying to make it crash, basically. Damn, it's starting to look like country kitchen buffet over here. On a whim. Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah, workaholic. Mortal. Workaholic. I'm liking the law averages here. You know, we're starting to see a lot of the good trades popping through. This selective breeding seems to work really well on that. Unless, of course, it's a child. Just a boy. So shouldn't have done that, he's just a boy. Alright, oh. That should give us a nice push of more immortals. And there we go. Yeah, I'll save some points. Alright, we're just gonna chill out. Let them finish their buildings. That should, by the time we hit this, these should be down to nothing, because I'm not creating anything right now. And hopefully we have enough to start planting more trees, because we're getting a little low on trees there. I just want to see this, how much draw we have, because I'm up 200 right now, and so if we have every house, I think they take 2 power each. think. But that's a good thing about Stone Age houses as well, is they don't take any resources. And now once we get into the next one, I think it's 2 and 2, so it's going to be a big hit on water and the first hit on power. And we'll see if those are fail points or if we can just kind of get this going. Got a popcorn farm going on here. Where is my fire station? Oh, that'll do it. And the next step of this process is just low and slow medieval, where, you know, once we unlock farms, once we unlock all the upgrades, we'll just slowly go around. I'm not going to upgrade all by any means, because that would just tank the entire structure of what we're doing. Yeah, 27, 18, 10, 32, 38. Perfect. These are great numbers. Great numbers to go into. And we're down 10. Of course we are. But we got 32 kids on the way, so that should even out. I'm just not going to touch it. And our batteries are up. We got 8,400 total. Not too shabby. 10-ish minutes left. More like 5 with the double speed. And if all goes well, let's not speak too. Prioritize that bad boy. Almost done there. If all goes well, they should build these houses pretty damn fast. Which could be a blessing and a curse too, because I don't want them to build everything and then us having a massive electricity deficit or getting hit with a water thing too. But with our new water pumps coming in, those are going to help a lot. They're going to drain the lakes faster, obviously, but they are going to help get all the reservoirs full. And I'm really curious to see what these other civilizations are going to do with them being basically encumbered with strange topian nuggets. Okay, settling down with somebody. Nice. Tides are turning, yeah. We gained those 20 pretty fast. 102 unemployed. Good numbers. Need to get more educated, but we have enough that we're working with everything. I don't have like 4 of them in a glass factory right now. We will need educated nuggets for cement and everything going forward. Let's see what's going on with sick nuggets. Couple sick guys right here. They should be just chilling in the hospital. Alright. How many more we got? One more. Let's go find that guy. Person. We are. Are you sick or hurt? Just hurt. Might not be a bad spot for another hospital eventually. If I can't see, yeah, I can see one hospital over here, and sure, I'm sure I have 2. But, yeah, that's not a bad spot for a hospital over here. Volcano? Oh, random scorch marks. Okay, we'll get another hospital right here. It'll take a minute, but that'll be fine. Haven't seen Kevin in a while. Hi, Kevin. Mysterious walking tree that we can't do anything and has no part of any story. Random event, I guess. 97, good. Alright, coming up 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I don't think you're going to see this very often, folks. 1,300 years of, almost 1,400 years of Stone Age. Kind of ridiculous, but also been fun. It's been nice and easy pace. Screw you, Firestorm. You're not getting over here. I'm really glad I figured out that season change gets rid of firestorms at the moment, because planetary firestorms kind of tough to deal with. Once we have tons and tons of nuggets and tons of fire protection and, 4 firefighters in each one, that'd be kind of cool. But right now, planetary firestorm would not be a good idea. That would take some points to get through. So we'll skip this winter. Got 2 minutes. Get some front row seats here. They always start with the houses right next to the epicenter. Be a good view to watch it start coming together. It's going to be all these guys, which I didn't put down. They just snuck those ones in me. This was the original house, but Adahi isn't living there anymore. Guess he moved out with his new partner after Elu died. Two minutes. Anticipation as well. I'm going to assign just a few more kinetic generators. 1, 3, 5. Then we'll have 5 more in the hole there. E400. I'll build some more batteries after the initial chaos. I got so many things going on at once. Yeah, I can hear it. Sounds like a tornado up there. Officially in the door age. All right. So that immediately boosted us up to 1,200. So we're fine on water for now. That's going to drain my lakes super fast. Here we go. I'm just going to give them a second. Oh, goodbye, Azuri. Yeah, safety guidelines wins that one. And now we just chill for quite a while. I'm just going to chill until winter, let them do their thing. There shouldn't be any demand for... it should be a minimal demand, I think. Let's see. Don't think they actually require any resources to do this. Which is perfect. New houses are going to require resources, but upgrading existing houses do not. So the fact that we've basically gone right through the planet and gotten all the houses we need, it's going to save us a lot of material throughout this entire age. We should have houses for everybody for days. Popped into the world. Up on winter. Let's skip this winter so that firestorm goes away. We have zero worries about water now, except for it draining the lakes. Almost to the point where I can turn a couple off, because I don't need 1,000 up. 1,000 is nice, and if we're getting low once we start building more infrastructure, but I'm gonna just turn off some of the major lakes. If I got 3 or I have some somewhere over here, just a single one. Keep pumping on that. Turn that guy off, 85%. And that's going to be my balance, is like, I maybe keep it hovering at around 900 to 1,000. But going anything in excess of it is just, you don't need to. You just don't need to. Yeah, residentials are coming up. They're starting to pull how much power? So they pull 1 power and 1 water. So it's not a big hit on us. And then I know that I think the modern ones are 3 and 3 or something like that. But we do have we're already producing 315, you know. I think we'll be in a pretty good spot. Well, then I'll drop a couple more batteries down, get us up to 10,000 of Stone Age batteries, and then as we get upgrades for those, then we'll have no problems. And let me not forget about that. Alright. Firestorm averted. Back into spring. This is going to fill up like nobody's business. We're still at... Let me check once all the lakes thaw. Let's check it exactly where we're at on the up. And I'm going to need to start planting some happy little trees. Okay, so we're at 930 up. That's perfect. We'll get there in no time. And we'll be able to maintain that. And what I'm hoping is what I thought. It looks like they're now done with holding back their stockpiling. They're going to start accumulating all these resources. So we want to start updating our warehouses in order to store cement and other modern material. The planet is so much prettier on your laptop. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely looks nice on a bigger screen, right? Okay, we got our blacksmithing, which allows us to have barracks, but we need cement first. So I'm going to work on the couriers' huts. And then we'll get over to... Let me just pop that off. Let's get logging going as well. And crossbows. Sure. So this is going to up our game. We're going from throwing spears to crossbows, which the wolves are not a problem anymore anyways, but hopefully with the crossbows, if we get attacked by any of the other civilizations, we can just mess them right up. They're not going to stand a chance. And so right here, this is already 2 mini houses for me in one area, because each one holds tons and tons of nuggets. Apparently nobody wants to live in these yet, but even when you're watching on your TV, it doesn't look like... Yeah, well, yeah, you buy a gaming laptop, it's got a really good refresh rate. Probably have like a 240 refresh rate or something ridiculous where, yeah, it does look really nice on anything meant for gaming. And we're slowly going through this, and this looks good. I'm gaining... I just got to keep an eye on my glass as well. I want to make sure that I am getting surplus of glass. And it looks like they are creating it, and we have taken some out, so somebody is storing it somewhere. But just as I thought, you just need to get into medieval age to start stockpiling. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but... Even prettier when you're playing. You love the colors and the animals? Yeah. And the animals are pretty cool designs, actually. And especially as you go to different planets and seeing all the different randomness that they've already implemented. And then over the course of the few years, you know, I'm hoping that, you know, this time, a few years from now, like this game is at its absolute peak and like they're gearing up for the second version of it. You know, Universim 2 on a different engine, more power, where you don't have to load between planets. I mean, I think this could be such an epic game. I've said it a million times, but there's a Dyson Sphere project, which is an awesome game using the same engine, but their inventory and their management system is far superior, and it's just so easy to manage hundreds of different resources. I mean, all we're dealing with is like a small handful of resources compared. And but if Dyson Sphere and Universim had a baby, it would be the perfect freaking game. I mean, the thing I like a lot about this game is how basic it is. You know, like once we get here, like this is all the materials we're ever going to use. You know, except for unobtainium. There's like one more material to be added to a very small list. You know, you look at Dyson Sphere, and it's just like there's just thousands of different things you have to build assembly lines for, to the point where, like, for me, it's like a little bit overwhelming. You know, I've watched. There's one guy on YouTube, Nihilus, I think his name is, and in particular, and he is just incredible at it. You know, building Dyson spheres and all different systems, and there's millions and millions of different kinds of materials all going everywhere at once. He's really good at it, and it's just like I don't know. I've invested in this one. This is the one where I'm time sinking into, but I don't really want to spend the 200 hours on building a solar system in Dyson Sphere. I'd rather put it into this. I just wish the inventory management when you get into Space Age was refined on this one, because right now it is just, I have not found a way to make it not messy yet. I'm sure there is a way. I just don't know how to do it yet. Alright, slowly but surely they're building out these residentials. This is going to take some time. It's inevitable, right? Like, it's just, there's 100 houses they got to work on all at once. And we do have 106 people, which is awesome. And now we have couriers, which is going to speed everything up. Let's accept the assignment. Let's get our first courier's hut down right at the heart of the city. And I do this for the main reason. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to disable electricity right there. That wasn't what I was going for, but all right. We're going to hear that a whole bunch for a second for the next 6 minutes. Did not mean to do that. That snuck up on me. That was an unfair task. Oh well. We'll deal with it. All right, let's go drop off these boxes wherever they want them. Like I was saying, the reason I put that courier's hut down there is I just press home, or the H button, and I go right back to where it was. That's why I always put my first courier's hut right next to the epicenter. So it just makes this task that much easier. And one more. We'll put that in the mailbox, and that should be done with this. Okay, courier's hut is ready to go. On the plus side, Power Hour popped up pretty fast before they could build a lot of things that need electricity. Obviously, the courier's hut does. It needs 2. But we're going to assign everybody to this. And we're going to start building these things. Quite a few of these. Because couriers' huts make the world go round in a very literal sense of things. I'm going to try and do some even spacing on them for now. I don't think it matters a whole bunch, but just like the batteries, just like everything else, more of an aesthetic than anything. And now this is going to eat up a lot of nuggets, so it's going to eat up a ton of laborers, so I do have to be careful with how many I'm putting down right off the bat, because I don't want to run out of laborers just and having too many couriers. We'll start with that many. 4 or 5. We'll get everybody assigned, then we'll get our labor count up again. Okay, once power hour's done, we can forget about that quest. Yeah. I normally wouldn't do it, and I just lose the believers, but it snuck up on me. Got me good. My redundant engineers here because we were having a lot of things falling apart in this area, and that seemed to solve it. After logging, I do want to get to organized storage, and then yes, I mean I don't really need to upgrade this, but I should have the option to upgrade water pumps. They'll move into cement. And it is a very short part of the tree because, yeah, right here is modern age. So we'll get up to here. You know, the arch is going to be super important for us on this one because there are enough spots on this where bridging this is going to cut down on a lot of traffic time. We're going to have quite a few bridges here. And then eventually we'll have a bunch of hyperloops, which is the space age ones. And that's going to speed up stuff a ton as well. 50 seconds to power hour being done. That wasn't super terrible. $834 up. We're already maxed it at our maximum. So what I do need to get into hydrology in order to start upgrading my reservoirs. As you can see here, we're already accumulating a lot more planks and bricks than we had just getting into the other age. Nuggets fierce enemy. Okay, so this one is the next logging camp one. This is going to help us with the trees as well. So typically I've always found that logging camps take friggin' forever to build, and they need a lot of space. Need a lot of space. I'm going to try and keep them in between these roads here. Complete this quest. All I need to do is destroy some trees. The easiest way I've found to do this, it's not plant trees, is just take a tree and do tree bowling. And we're done. Let's get some people in there. Keeping an eye on my unemployed. Somebody in the defense tower. Yeah, we're going to have residentials being built and renovated still, so I don't want to do a whole lot of stuff. I do want to prioritize this though. Getting lumber camps in here is going to help us a lot with the amount of trees that we're actually cutting across the map. So I'm going to take that and I'm going to put another one. See if we can maybe start looking at a line of them over here. Maybe I can build a couple over here. This could be a good industrial area too, but having basically just all the trees that we need over here is going to be really useful for us. And you know, I need to slow down. I'm all excited with medieval age and all that, but get a courier's hut over here too. That's going to help deliver those trees to wherever it needs to be. Once we get a courier system going right across the planet, then this thing is just going to speed up. Possibly too much, but also it's going to give the laborers a break. And the less the laborers have to do, and the less resources they have to deliver, the more time they have to mate. And that should be a population boom once we get it all balanced. But I can't go balls to the wall on couriers huts because then I'll run out of unemployed nuggets and then the game will scream at me, and you know, gonna get the cops involved. So right now we're just chilling. I got 1,000 points though, so I'm gonna do with that is we're gonna go hit water again. Go splash on something that needs it. Ooh, you're good. How are you? Good. Okay, let's do some water. Let's do some trees. Try and find some. It looks like they're clearing out here, but we'll try this. Ah, cemetery reduced to dust. Man. Okay, so this is one of... Oh, well, that'll do it. I probably need to assign... I thought I did that, but apparently not. Prioritize that. Get couriers assigned. Go. Okay. Assign everybody into that. Okay, so we still got... We're doing great on power. Let's get another battery down as well. Good enough. Okay, our hunters' huts can be upgraded. What I want to do is, once we get our storage and hydrology, I don't need this yet. And I don't even use fishing huts, basically. So we're going to... But fortifications, we're going to need as a defense tower. That's going to be pretty useful for us. We'll go government, power naps, and then cement mixing and science of peace. And then our engineer upgrade is going to be pretty important too. And then gunpowder. Gunpowder is going to be great. They would be confused on where to go. Yeah. Yeah, they totally would be. Not hard to confuse a nugget. And I got about half an hour left before I got to end the stream. Let's see what kind of stuff we can do in half an hour. 157, that's already a good sign. Alright, another courier set up. Line all, make sure I'm not really digging into my... I don't know how that didn't affect it, but I'll take it. That's a cozy little spot. Apparently not. Okay. These numbers are looking pretty good, but I still have to chill on that. I don't want to go super crazy on the bricks and planks. We are producing a lot, and I do have enough. I think I got 6 of each refinery. And we are super topped out here at 4050 and 1400 down. So I would only need 2800 or so. We're at 4000, which is great. And then what we're going to do for next season, next spring, is once that hydrology is unlocked, we're going to start going pretty hard on all the reservoirs. I don't really need to do much with the water pumps yet. Maybe upgrade one at a time on each lake. But where we stand right now is we have enough input, and I can always use, if I am running low, I can always get another plus 15 out of the water pumps here. But for now, I think we're in a pretty good spot. So let's just let them chill again this winter. Let them build all their houses. The courier huts are really important to me, so I do try and focus on that relatively soon. As one gets built, I'm going to place another one down. Yeah. So now I did calculate that hit of how many we've used, but hopefully we can get, you know, if I have 70 laborers or so, it's not bad. 100 is great because everything gets done really fast. Wolves. Let's see what these wolves are going to do for us. Oh, they got one. They got somebody. Oh, those crossbows, man. Those are... I figured they work like a charm, but we lost 2 this time. 3. Oh well. Not terrible. I am going to upgrade that hunting lodge, though. Get more hunters over there. Organized storage. Nice. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a little difficult to maintain because it's so hard to get to at the moment. But as we grow, it'll get better. So the next thing, reservoir. Yeah, the engineers are going crazy right now. It's going to be a little tricky back and forth until we start getting our upgraded engineers huts, getting 3 people in there. Once we get that, it'll be fine. But what I want to focus on is warehouses. Just a couple at a time. Nothing crazy. 3 at a time. Nothing crazy. And I'll let them sit on that for a bit. Lumber camp is up. Excuse me. Couple laborers in there. Get their first planted. And what I'm really going to try and do is I'm going to get maybe 3 or 4 lumber camps across the board. That way they're not cutting down any more trees. That's going to enable us to actually be able to start putting trees down that don't get cut down. Theoretically. I can't attest to that because they're just going to do whatever the hell they want, but little repairs here and there until we can get our engineers all sorted. But once I start seeing warehouses and each thing that gets upgraded, then I'll start upgrading more of them. And like I said, this part, medieval can go very quickly. But based on the sheer amount of stuff that we have to upgrade, this is going to be a while. It's going to take quite a while. And we got our residentials over here. Don't really want any more over there. I can't see anything, so maybe. Sure. We'll build next to your buddies. I won't piss them off, surely. 135 with 99. 563 points. I'm going to do a little mate fest for a second here. Start getting people. Oh, I don't have any water. Why are you so thirsty? There's maybe water right around here. No? That'll do it. Okay, what do we need? Going accelerated studies on this one. Let's try and get more smart people here. Slightly more injuries, but we could deal with that. Hydrology, good stuff. This cemetery is going to be... Oh. Well, that'll do it. Do a little bit of curage. And drop some water on you. And one of the last upgrades I'm going to do in the entire game is the fire. Because fire stations are really expensive in modern. They take steel. But if we can build all our fire stations with sticks and stones, then it'll just save us a lot of resources. Okay, so now reservoirs can be upgraded. Let's start at the start again. Just a couple, not many. There we go. I do just a few at a time, then all the resources they're chunking in here, it's all going to hopefully balance out. I just don't want to be in the hole for anything, and I'm accumulating a lot of stuff as we speak. Let's see what we're up to now. And obviously, as we upgrade these things too, they're going to take more. These are probably actually going to need electricity, and they're going to need water. The ones that die due to thirst, look, I bet he's right next to a reservoir. Bet you are. I bet you were. Yeah. Yeah, I have no sympathy for nuggets that die right next to reservoirs. There's got to be some weird glitch in that. But oh no. Good night, Night Raven, again. Okay, so these guys are trapped and they're pissed, but they're not attacking, so I think my strategy worked. Let's see. Alright. Boat's gonna be on, good. And just like everything I've done in this run through, it's all super low and slow. Just as long as I have... I'll give my threshold about 700. We'll see how that does for the winter. I think we should be fine. No big deal. Okay, there we go. And she's back. Yeah, fortifications are complete. That's going to be, that's basically just, I just need to unlock something else down the line with that. I'm not going to upgrade this until I really need to, but cement mixing, we're going to get on that cement. That way we can start building the barracks. Law enforcement, I don't really care about much. Still have 0 criminals. Kept them happy, but also take a check on pollution. Parks are going to be something necessary pretty soon too. Prioritize that guy. You. Coming from across the planet? Yeah, you probably are. Oh yeah, get your water. Well, if you built the damn reservoir, you'd have water. All cyclical, man. And she's back. Give her last name again. Come here. Okay. Building that one. That's on its way. Let's prioritize another one. What was that? I missed the tower. Engineers are going all crazy over here. So, wow, that's a lot of stuff to build, man. Yep. But you can deal with it. Don't worry, we'll be upgrading you soon enough. All our guard towers assigned, just in case these guys want to do something rash. Get Dick. Dick. Alright, got any houses over here? New. Should have another courier set up by now. What's that? Got 2. How many laborers we got? 99. This is going to be a pretty big hit on labor, but... Sign all. Where is the meteor shower? You're just going to kill a bunch of animals. Are you happy with yourself? PETA would be pissed right now, I tell you. Okay, so that battery's complete. That gives us 8,800. Let's really try and shoot for that 10K there. You guys want a battery on your lawn? Sure do. Boom. Okay, 767 up. This lake's doing alright. Let's bump that up just a bit. 872. Yes, I know. I'm working on... Yeah, our engineers are just a little slow right now. All very new for them. Hey man, we were just knocking together stones. Now we gotta put together all this shit. Well, I think we got a bunch of food out of that. So thank you for the food. Those are tacos in original form. Back up to 840 points. Let's work on our national forest a little. Get that a little bit filled out. Yeah, I want to try and get back up to 24K. Okay, 88. Yeah, let's do it. Give me 80. How many more courier sets I got? I gotta fill 2 more. Hopefully this isn't a huge hit on everybody. I'd like to get back up to another 100 laborers or so. Our population is rising pretty rapidly. You know, we started medieval with 700. So having 44 in just the time span that we've done it in. There are some advantages to taking 1300 years to get to medieval. Okay. Over here, oh, everything needs to be upgraded, obviously, but I'm just starting at the start here. Happy to help. Prioritize that guy. And this one. Storage is ready. We should have another storage. Oh. Okay, cement factory's working away, so we should be able to start our cement relatively soon. That's going to take another 6 educated nuggets though too, so I do want to make sure my numbers, I don't want to dip below 60 unemployed. Water over here. I should have, well, I guess I could go back to Stone Age ones, but it's 601 right now. Sure, this community has its own water supply, but the area doesn't seem to be bigger. I thought it was bigger actually with an upgraded one. Maybe I'm wrong. Ooh, last shirt. Nice. We didn't. Yeah, we are running a little low on here, so let's get these 3 workers assigned to this next wood refinery. Let me just check my numbers here. That courier set's coming along nicely. Refinery, yeah, that'll do it. Add a few more in here. 74. 400 points. What's your deficit? 51 and 49. Yeah, so we're gonna need to add some more babies again. Let's go back home where all the old people are at. Start searching for Highlanders. Slow you down. Okay, how about you? Nope. How about you? A lot of nibblers. Good to see, actually. I'd rather see nibblers than gourmands, that's for sure. Okay, we'll do it the other way. Sort. That was good old Addy doing. That wasn't Addy, was it? Does this guy have to move for you to get out? Whoa, Addy, what happened to your haircut? You've changed, man. Changed. Ah, here's geriatric village over here. Running a little low on points. Let's a couple more. And that should be okay. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of an influx of unemployed again. Bro, Hugo, welcome to the chat. Not really sure what you're trying to say, but welcome in. Alright, let's go zap this thing. There you are. Bye-bye. Plant some trees to make them less scared again. Let's see how much I scared them there. Not bad. Too shabby. I'm just gonna plant them here so they collect a bit more. Up, up. Hello, how are you? Yes, you're got some skills there, man. Okay, should have most of this upgraded here. Pick away at next reservoirs. Those are very nice icons. Thank you for sharing. Next warehouse. 78. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're doing really good on bricks. So we should have cement ready to go. So let's pop our first 2 cement factories down. And I'm going to do that right next to a wood refinery or a stone refinery here. There. Let's surprise them, kill a bunch of people, some CP. Okay. And 81 up now. Should have a full courier's hut. Yeah, we got that courier's hut going here. Assign all those. That drop it down back down to 77. So let's keep waiting until we get, I don't know, another 80 before I start placing another courier's hut. But at this current time, 7 of them should at least speed up a whole lot of the process without taking too many laborers out of the game. Haven't built any more houses yet? No, I don't think they're gonna place another house for a good long time. It's gonna take hours for them to do all these upgrades for all their residentials here. Okay, next lumber camp is up though. That's good. Lots of stuff needs to be assigned over here. Second. Yeah, this one's gonna be a pain in the ass for a while, I think. Until we get the engineers upgrade. Which is pretty soon actually, but that'll probably be one of the first ones I upgrade. Firefighter in there. Okay. Okay, head back to the center. Yeah, things are looking. Everything those upgraded yet. One is prioritized. Slowly but surely. I'm not gonna definitely gonna try not to overwhelm them, as I always do. I'm just gonna stop moving for a second. Stop moving, see how. Yeah, we maxed out on our stored no time flat with 880 up. So I don't even need. See, how's this like doing? Let's take down 105 output for those. I'll just take one off. Science of Peace coming up. Let's get these engineers upgraded, get the corbel arches, and move on from there. $135 reservoirs. At all. I did more. it in there somewhere. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah, you want to do some SB merch? That's cool. Yeah, Zuri's getting really good at making it look professional, that's for sure. Okay, not touch anything for winter, let them build out their houses. Could have a bunch of residential being built at the same time. Kind of thirst. Too bad. Essentials. A couple more being made. Not bad. As long as they're slowly putting away at all of them. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Then we'll kind of keep building out from the city center here. That one's on its way. That way we upgrade this next one. Let's prioritize that. You, here. Wolves should not be a threat any longer. Are they dead before I got there? No, there's one. Ah, you got one. I think the packs are just getting bigger. So that needs more hunters in here. And let's upgrade this one as well. How about we go with big animals now, because we have an abundance. Huge animals on this planet. Okay, water coverage is looking pretty good. There's a few weak spots. But we'll get to those. These guys haven't attacked yet, so I'm happy with that. They may just wait till modern age, or they may wait until we build barracks. Quite sure. That was our cement factory, dude. Ready to go. How many people we got? 87. Fine all for now. And mine is finally on its last legs. Look at those couriers go. Okay. Sit through the winter. We got 24 minutes of water available. Alright. Now we're making overkill on bricks, which isn't a bad thing because the cement factories are going to start using the bricks along with the oil. I'm finally stockpiling glass. Yeah, by the time we're done upgrading all our warehouses and everything, I think we should have a monstrous stockpile of things to do for modern age. And we should just be able to slide right into modern age pretty easy. After the initial setup of getting the entire planet covered, it just takes no resources for them to revamp anything instead of them having to use all modern resources. It's going to take a lot of electricity. We're not doing too bad on it. I think one more battery is going to get me to where I need to be. I think. Each battery is what? 400? 2 more batteries. Alright, 2 more batteries. Then I'll be able to sleep at night. Warehouse isn't looking too good, eh? Fix that. Terribly. Oh, it already got fixed. Slow engineers. The iron mine is finally done. Deconstruct that guy, get those resources back. And let's look for another iron mine. I should have one built and unoccupied now, but let's check that out. That's a huge node right there. Go figure, it's like the only place on the planet that I didn't put engineers. Yeah. That simmer for a bit. Prioritize Ola. That's a pretty awesome mine. 6,000 iron in that one. That should take us quite a while to get through, especially if I'm only using a couple nuggets at a time. Water, engineer coverage. We need to start working. Probably gonna need to work over to here in our national park, but I don't want to touch it as much as possible. It's a pretty good blank spot. We do have upgraded engineers, so I'm gonna wait for to build out because I really do want to start at the core. Just slowly branch from here. Start with this engineer. 7 glass? 5 glass. Oh yeah, my batteries. Oh yeah, I need one more battery. Nice little nook we can put it in. There you go. Still doing 216 up, 9200. Yeah. I'm doing okay there. May have to start looking at more kinetic generators. We do have 5 more available, I think, in order to actually populate, but 84 laborers. I think I'll try and get up to 100 again. And there's my firestorm. So as always, as soon as we get to this winter, I'm going to skip. That alleviates that firestorm. I don't know if that's new in just an update or whatever, but yeah, I kind of love that you don't have to deal with firestorms anymore as long as you skip. Alright, with that being said, coming up on my 4-hour mark. So I am going to pause it here. Gotta go do some stuff, dinner, and then quite possibly I'll be back again tonight. And we'll carry on. We'll see how far we get into medieval, because it is going to take a long time for them to upgrade all the planet. And I'm not going to go into modern age until we're 100% full of everything on this planet. So thank you for watching. I appreciate it. And I hope to see you when I stream again. Yeah.